but I'm just for the future lives. I don't know. I haven't live streamed for the last few weeks because honestly, I have been spending my weekends with my family, and I'm enjoying it a lot. Next weekend, me and family, we're going to go check out a different mall in the area that's supposed to be ridiculously big, and it's going to be exciting. So, while I miss live streaming and seeing you all, I'll admit it's a lot of fun spending time with family. During the Christmas break, me and my brothers came up and we played video games on the PS5. And it was so much fun. We played all these co-op games together, and it was awesome. So now the rule is every weekend that they come and visit, which isn't often enough. I bring up the PS5, and we'll play co-op games together. So we played Borderlands 3, for example, which apparently has 4-player co-op. Borderlands 4 does not, which sucks, but Borderlands 3 does. So because it's me and 2 of my brothers, and so it was the 3 of us, and we wanted to all play together. We also played some Expedition 33, so we would switch the controller between us. So I'll admit it's a lot of fun just hanging with family and playing video games. Or, like I said, being a family member, we go out every weekend, we get some food, we walk in the mall. I'm just enjoying it a lot. So while it's fun live streaming, I'll admit it's nice to do other things on the weekends, especially, you work your butt off all week. Right? That's what I told family. I'm like, look, we all work really hard during the week. Let's plan for something fun to do on the weekends. I'm in New Jersey, by the way. I know I've already said this many times. So it's not like this is the one thing. I won't say where, but I am in New Jersey. And I'll just say this about the snowstorm that they're talking about. I highly doubt it's going to be as big as it is. Every single time, at least in New Jersey, all right? The rest of the world doesn't matter compared to New Jersey, all right? The rest of the world, I don't know, because I haven't been in other parts. So I don't know what happens in the rest of the world where the snowstorm is predicted, where they're like, we're all doomed, okay? Here in Jersey, they do the same thing over and over and over and over. Everybody, we're gonna have 2 feet of snow and everything's gonna be closed, and they start closing things like a day before, right? So you're like, and then you get a sprinkle of snow. Or you'll get 1 inch. Or 2 inches. Yes, Min Min? Yeah, she's not worried at all. So do I think we're going to get much snow? Pfft, definitely not. I think, they're like, we're going to get 2 feet of snow. And a guy I work with was like, puts the thing at my shoulder. I'm like, Habibi, I'm 5 feet. It's definitely not getting that high. So if it's 2 feet of snow predicted for New Jersey, it probably means maybe 4 inches. It's nothing. That's my prediction. Now, I could be wrong, of course. But that's the general experience in New Jersey is we tend to over-exaggerate the insanity of what's about to happen. Because nothing happens in New Jersey. It's sort of like somebody gets a splinter, right? And they start talking about how there's a risk of infection and you need to go to the ER and you need to get a real doctor because a non-doctor can't take that tiny splinter out of your finger. So, yeah, that's New Jersey for you. Hey, Zeddy, that's New Jersey for you, where you'll be surrounded by people with bullet wounds and, catastrophic whatever. And then you have the New Jersey with a splinter going, I might die. Do something about it. My life is on the line here. Infection. That's New Jersey for you. We still are dealing with the trauma of Sandy and the earthquake we had, which was so low that people in California are like, yeah, we have this on the weekends for fun. Okay, that's New Jersey for you. I said, we still celebrate the anniversary of Sandy as one of the most traumatic experiences of our lives and how we had an earthquake in New Jersey. Yes, we had an actual earthquake in New Jersey and nobody has forgotten it. So that's why I love New Jersey, because New Jersey is basically the boring zone, all right? When the zombie apocalypse happens, everybody is not going to even acknowledge the existence of New Jersey because nothing happens in New Jersey, and that's how we want it. And we don't want you to come here. We want you to know. Now, the thing is, Zenny, I don't know, in your area, is it normal for them to over-exaggerate what's going to happen and then nothing happens? Because here in New Jersey, that's the norm. They will, I bet you half the churches in New Jersey have canceled everything, and everything is closed. I mean, I have people who are like, on about Monday, I hope to see you on Monday, which, by the way, I have never missed a day of work over weather. I have been there when people with cars can't make it, but me on my bicycle, I can make it. So here in Jersey, like I said, they over-exaggerate everything, okay? Everything. They make it sound like it's doom and gloom and get all the food you need. You're all going to die. It's New Jersey. It's like we so desperately want our little tiny hills to be molehills. We turn our little... So like I said, we're surrounded by people with catastrophes happening. And we remind them that we, too, understand your experience because we had Hurricane Sandy. Yes. We fully appreciate everything you've been through. So, yeah. I don't think anything's going to happen. Min Min's being Min Min as usual. Min Min. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. What's the matter, baby? Why are you hiding? So I wanted to come online because I am so tired. I have a major pet peeve that's why I called this whole thing Future Medicine Sucks, because I have a major pet peeve, okay? I have one of my biggest pet peeves is medicine in fiction. Now, my knowledge of medicine is not as good as most people's, all right? Not most people's. I mean, my knowledge of medicine is above average for most. On top of that, the thing is, when I was a child and I grew up in a time, long time ago, I was on Long Island, we would get like a foot or two of snow. And you know what? We lived, okay? We didn't go crazy. We didn't go nuts, all right? We were fine, okay? We survived. I remember times in New Jersey when there were massive snowstorms, back when there was this one year where there was a bajillion snowstorms, right? We lived. No one starved. Everyone's going to be fine. Relax, people. I'm like, I said, I'm sure I'm going to be in work at work on Monday. I'm not looking forward to Monday because it's one of the more busier weeks of the month. It's the first month of February. It's going to be so much fun. We're preparing for our big... Okay, so it's not revealing where I work by saying this. A lot of companies do this, so basically everybody has to do it. We're doing a big physical inventory thing. You know, my brother also, the company he works for does it. So... yeah, and it's like my big test for I'm so not looking forward to it. But yeah, everyone's talking about the weather like it's the end of the world and we're all doomed and they're buying gallons and gallons. Like, the one that makes sense is the one person who posted a video of somebody with gallons and gallons of milk, and they're like, people buy milk from supermarkets and sell it in their gas stations for 5 times the price. Yeah, so, yeah, basically milk resellers and that stuff. I just need another set of dual commas because I don't want to use my only set. I mean, and the irony is, my family is not here right now. So my family isn't even here. My family's in Florida. They've been planning this for a week, so this isn't anything new. They even told me, do you want to come with us? And I was like, I can't take Monday off right now because we're prepping for this whole big inventory thing. So I can't take Monday off. On top of that, I have nobody to look after Min Min. All right? I don't trust people with my cat, okay? I'm not sorry. I don't trust people with my cat. All right? I never trusted anybody with Buster except family. So my family is actually right now in Florida, okay? My family's in Florida, okay? Yeah, no, I did most of the snow shoveling lately. This last year, I've been doing all the snow shoveling because my brothers aren't home, and I don't want my dad to do it. He does it with me sometimes, but like last weekend, I did it. Okay, I'm ready to shovel the snow for them because I don't want my dad to do it, okay? I don't want him to do it. So I do it for him. My favorite was last weekend. We got snow here, right? And he's fallen asleep on the couch, so I walk by him. I'm like, I'm not going to wake him. I shovel the whole driveway, the sidewalks and everything, and he did not notice it until the end. And I'm glad. I'm glad that he did not notice it. That's the thing. Yeah, she's supposed to. I don't know exactly why, but she is supposed to look like a nun. I actually knew someone who was a former nun. I need another set of dual commas. So, but I'm not spending the plat. So anyway, cause yeah. You know it's cold when the cat doesn't want to get out of bed. Like, this has happened a couple times this week because it has been really, really cold. You know it's cold when I wake up and when the cat wakes me up in the middle of the night because she wants to snuggle under the blanket, because Min Min's different than Buster. Buster hated going under blankets. She would sleep on top. If you put a blanket on top of her, she would flip out. Min Min loves to hide under blankets. So she comes squirming under the blanket, and she will just curl up next to me, and oh great, now I need commas. So I need 2 commas. So yeah, it's been cold. It's been really, really, really cold. I'm not a winter person. I'm not a snow person. I'm not a cold person. I hate the cold. Right. So I know everyone is like, I don't. I need 2 of them. Because my goal is to get every weapon in the game. But like, I find the funniest part of the whole thing is, like, I'm the only person at my job who has never missed work over the weather, and who, right, I'm the only one who doesn't drive to, well, no, one guy takes the bus or is driven, but most of the time I'm like the only one on a bicycle, and I've managed to never miss a day of work over the weather. This is truth. Okay. But anyway, I said, if it starts snowing, I also want to do some more stuff with my 3D printer, because I found some great deals on PLA, and it's been a while, and I can only use the 3D printer while I'm home, because I don't trust the little fuzzball. It's in the city, yeah. But honestly, one of my this week has look. I'm just gonna start. So I was let me start with it. Look, I was a pre-med student. Okay, I did study pre-med. How I didn't end up in medical school is a very long story. I even skipped a year of high school. This is me bragging, because I think skipping a year of high school was one of my biggest mistakes. And honestly, seeing scenes from young Sheldon, I don't think it's very difficult on kids to put them in college at a very young age. I was like 16, which is nothing like, anyway, that aside. Okay, I skipped a year of high school, which was stupid. I look back on it now, I regret it. I was not mature enough to handle college. I was not mature enough to handle a lot of things. It's a long story why I didn't end up in medical school, okay? I'm not also very good at memorizing, flat out. I'm more of like my dad when it comes to math, where once I understand the process, I'm good at figuring out the process. Now, I'm going to work because I have to be there. I have to be there. So we have a big inventory thing. But anyway, as I was saying, I was a pre-med student, okay? I took human anatomy at one point, and I was the top student in the class. That was after I was pre-med, but I took human anatomy. So that's why this whole thing going on in the world with the Supreme Court makes me absolutely lose my mind, because I studied human anatomy. Come on, people. I've actually studied biology, okay? I've studied not just biology. I studied biology. I studied human anatomy, okay? So that idiot voice actor that I've mentioned in the past, who thinks my knowledge of biology is outdated, and that the only reason women are physically weaker than men is because of the patriarchy, you're an idiot. I highly doubt that this person will ever watch my YouTube channel. But Calvin, you're an idiot. Like, this person has completely modified a lot of my views on things, because if people genuinely believe that stuff, I fear for the future. Like, this kid does not realize how much this person kind of, like, really radicalized me in a way. Because if you're that dumb, and there are a lot of people that young who genuinely believe this, you're an idiot. You're dumb. You know nothing. Anyway, but that aside, right? So I said, I took human anatomy. I've taken a lot of bio. And when I was pre-med, one of my biggest pet peeves was when they get medicine wrong. Okay? I was reading like Batman comic books, and whenever they'd bring up the medicine, for example, Alfred Pennyworth went to medical school. Period. There is no way Alfred Pennyworth did not go to medical school. Okay? I am so tired. Alfred Pennyworth is another one of my little pet peeves. Because there's no way in hell you want me to believe that Alfred Pennyworth is over 60 years old and does all he does, that he never went to and he was an actor and a medic in the army. The British Army. No. There is medic and there is doctor. And Alfred Pennyworth is definitely went to medical school. Okay? He may not have done a residency, he may have not done everything after that, but Alfred Pennyworth went to medical school. This guy is performing surgery that even medical students would be like, yeah, I still don't have the training yet for that. Alfred Pennyworth went to medical school. Okay? Alfred Pennyworth doesn't, like, everybody looks at Batman and goes, oh my god, he stays up all night. He's out there exhausting himself every night. Alfred Pennyworth, okay, works all day as the butler, which is not an easy job. Being the butler is not an easy job, okay? And then stays up most of, if not all of the night with Batman. When does he sleep? Okay? And you want me to believe that he's like 60 years old? Okay? I'm going on a totally different tangent than what I meant. Alfred Pennyworth, like that, but Alfred Pennyworth was one of my pet peeves, because I would look at him performing surgery and stuff and be like, this guy went to medical school. And everybody like, no, he was a medic in the British Army. He was special forces. He was an actor. That's a load of BS. That's like saying I'm a doctor because I played one on TV. No. Okay? Absolutely not. So anyway, that aside, I would read comic books and I would see all the medical mistakes they were making. For example, one of the most common medical mistakes they always make when it comes to comic books is having a ridiculous number of tubes into everything. I remember seeing a picture from a comic where Alfred gets beat up and he's on a ventilator. He's got nasal cannulas. It's like, that makes absolutely no sense. He's either on a ventilator or he has oxygen through nasal cannula. He does not have both. That makes absolutely no sense. The oxygen through the nasal cannula is absolutely pointless. If you're on a ventilator, okay, you have a tube going down your throat and there's like an expanding cuff that closes the airway. That's another good question. Hey, don't look at me. Look, all I can tell you is this. Why would somebody who went to medical school become a butler? I don't know. Okay? Family tradition. I'm just saying, maybe Bruce Wayne went, I'm going to be Batman, Alfred. You need to go to medical school because medical reasons. But there is no way.
The system continues to fall into
because you can't even learn some of this stuff online by watching YouTube videos, all right? No. Alfred Pennyworth didn't just watch videos on surgery and copy it. You still need medical training. There's no way. Why he became a butler? I don't know. Why did a guy like that? I don't know. Maybe it's family tradition. Loyalty the Waynes. I don't know. But I'm telling you, Alfred Pennyworth, for the things he does in the Batman comic books, went to medical school. There's no other way. The guy is a genius. Alfred Pennyworth is a prodigy. The guy, when you read his bio online, he designs all the computers. He does like some of the latest in computer development. Alfred does. Okay? Alfred does all of this. Not Batman. Alfred. Like I said, look up his bio, right? If you look up Alfred Pennyworth's bio, right? Online, okay? Where they combine everything this guy has done. Alfred Pennyworth. All right. Let's see. Okay. post-crisis, okay. The New 52, DC Rebirth, okay. Skills, resources, and abilities for Alfred Pennyworth. A highly intelligent and resourceful man. Alfred runs the day-to-day operations of Wayne Manor and maintains much of the equipment of the Batcave beneath it. A former actor, my ass is me adding it, he can use his acting and disguise skills to help Batman in the field when necessary, and is even capable of impersonating Bruce Wayne on the telephone convincingly, as well as giving Bruce various lessons that help him maintain his covers. That is something he could have learned not in school, okay? That is something I don't believe this acting thing, okay? He has provided first aid up to and including suturing wounds and removing bullets, as well as occasional tactical support. The dude has removed bullets, and that is not something simple, okay? This guy has removed bullets. That's not as simple as just pulling a bullet out, especially given the level of recovery the people went through. Nah. He is also able to perform arthroscopy, which is surgery with an endoscope that is inserted into the joint through a small incision. So this is ridiculously complicated. You can't just watch a video and use an arthroscope by just watching videos. You need to be trained to do this. You need to be with other doctors who are teaching you how to do this. So he is also able to perform arthroscopy, I can't say it, and other advanced medical procedures, thus limiting, if not eliminating, the need for hospital medical treatment, even in the face of grievous injuries, helping to maintain Batman's secret identity by ensuring that Bruce Wayne has no need to visit hospitals for wounds inflicted on Batman. Yeah, he went to medical school. Nevertheless, now, they say he does require professional medical treatment when Bane breaks his back, which is probably specialized, okay? Because the guy got beaten half to death by Bane. The fact that the only thing Alfred needed to take him to the hospital for was his broken back and not the internal injuries he probably undoubtedly suffered by being beaten half to death by Bane. Yeah, that's a load of crap. And Hush's machinations resulting in him sustaining a skull fracture, which also, yeah, okay. On these occasions, Alfred admits that his own skills are inadequate for such medical procedures, and yet he manages to do arthroscopy. Yeah, that's a joke. That shows me that the people who write this know nothing about medicine. While not as skilled at martial arts as Bruce Wayne, Alfred is still nearly as resourceful. In one story in which he is kidnapped, he readily escapes and overcomes his captors without disturbing the cut of his suit. Okay? It is later mentioned that he has been kidnapped unsuccessfully 380 times. These events take place in the Gotham Adventures comic based on the animated adventures of Batman and not within the standard DCU continuity. So I always thought that was a joke. I remember reading the comic where he says that he was kidnapped over 300 times, and yeah. I was like, yeah, I thought that was meant to be as a joke within that animated continuity, which is separate from the real comic kind of thing. During Batman, the resurrection of Ra's al Ghul, Ubu, Ra's al Ghul's muscle-bound bodyguard, attempts to use Alfred as a hostage, only to be disabled by a well-timed sucker punch from Alfred. So he overcame the bodyguard of it's technically Ra's al Ghul. Ra's al Ghul, which is Arabic. It's actually Arabic. Okay? Presumably due to his lack of superpowers, the advanced combat training Bruce's other associates have, and Alfred's age, Alfred is the only member of the Batman family that Bruce does not mind using a happy birthday. Does not mind using a firearm, in his case favoring a shotgun when dealing with direct attacks on his person. So yeah, if he was military, he was high-end military and not something like what they claim. He was probably special forces, like elite, okay? Current issues, okay, just listen to this, all right? And then tell me that Alfred isn't the real over-the-top OP hero. Current issues of the various Batman comics seem to indicate that Alfred... Happy belated birthday. One sec. Sorry. Current issues of the various Batman comics seem to indicate that Alfred is a pioneer in and has also mastered several fields of rose breeding, computer programming, electrical engineering, chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, nanotechnology, and biotechnology, as he single-handedly builds, programs, and maintains much of Batman's next generational technology, such as the Batcomputer. I'm pretty sure that Batman does wish he could will the bullets out of himself, but apparently not. So my guess is he spent full out, because Alfred probably didn't get scholarship. He probably sent Alfred to medical school. While Bruce Wayne was off visiting all those, learning and training in all those other countries, Alfred was in medical school. Okay? He probably, remember, at one point, Bruce Wayne goes off to travel the world and train his mind and body to be a super weapon against crime, right? During that time, Alfred Pennyworth went to medical school. Maybe because he was worried that with Bruce Wayne gone, he might not have a future as a butler. Okay? Because Alfred has, like I said, arthroscopy is not something you can watch a YouTube video. In case you don't know what arthroscopy is, because arthroscopy is when they make a small incision, insert a camera, and move the camera. It's basically surgery with a teeny tiny incision. So, yeah. You want me to believe that Alfred Pennyworth never went to medical school? Absolutely not. This is why, you know how they always talk about consultants? And how you need the black woman consultant and the whatever consultant and the whatever consultant. What you actually need is a doctor consultant for 90% of this. I'm pretty sure if you Google a doctor and be like, hey, Dr. Bob, this is Ubisoft. Especially if you go for the younger doctors. Okay? How would you like to spend a weekend going through our medical stuff to make sure it's accurate? The doctor, all you have to do is go through your health insurance, right? Because I'm pretty sure most of these people who write this stuff have health insurance. Be like, hey, Dr. Bob, look, I'm not calling about a physical. I'm calling because I work for Ubisoft. And Ubisoft's on my mind right now. But any company, come, we'll fly you out. We can talk medical for our video game. Because even video games make some of the dumbest stuff. Sorry, Alexia, Oh yeah, no, Alfred was supposedly the top spy, top military intelligence, top whatever. But Alfred Pennyworth went to medical school. I'm sure Batman, Bruce Wayne, paid him extremely well to go to medical school, but Alfred Pennyworth, at the bare minimum, you want me to believe this guy does electrical engineering, chemical engineering, nanotechnology, biotechnology, mechanical computer programming? So then, again, that's why first off, Alfred Pennyworth was probably hired by the Waynes when he was ridiculously young. Like, he probably spent maybe 2 years in the military. Like, he joined the military at 18 and was probably done by, like, 21. And the moment he finished with the military, there's no time for him to become an actor. Because there's no way you want me to believe that Alfred is in his 80s and doing what he does. No. Alfred Pennyworth was probably hired by the Waynes right before Bruce Wayne was born at the age of like 21. Or Alfred Pennyworth is like genetically engineered himself to be able to live longer than the normal human. Alfred Pennyworth is by far the bigger superhero than Bruce Wayne, because no human being can do what Alfred does. Okay? But didn't he, I think he was 18 or 16 when he decided to go off and train to be a hero or something? Like, I know he wasn't a child, but he was old. He wasn't a full... I think, wasn't he 18? I can't remember. It's been a while since I've read Batman. I haven't read Batman in a long time. But I'm just saying, one of the things that always stood out to me with Batman was Alfred Pennyworth. Because like I said, I was a pre-med student. Yeah, he broke Superman's nose in the Injustice comics. I remember that. In the Injustice comics, they created a pill that allows you to have superhero strength, and Alfred took it and broke Superman's nose, which was badass. It was just badass, complete badass. Alfred being a total badass. But, I mean, Alfred is a total badass. When he does show up, Alfred is a badass. But the only reason I brought up Alfred is because of the whole medicine thing. Because I have a very big pet peeve about when comic books... Look, what I said, at the time when I was primarily reading comics, okay, I was in pre-med. Okay, I was obsessed with becoming a doctor. So every time they would make stupid medical mistakes, it would drive me absolutely nuts. Like I said, the comic book where I saw Alfred Pennyworth on a ventilator with nasal cannula. Also, if you're on a ventilator, you can't talk. There's a new Transformers comic book where the one thing that stands out in my mind is the fact that they have somebody on a ventilator who's conscious and talking. If you're on a ventilator, you can't talk. You can't be conscious either because your gag reflex will, you have a tube down your throat. It won't work. Okay? I'm not even sure what I'm doing. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Honestly, I came on because I wanted to talk about Starfleet Academy and Warframe and the medicine of them both. I just wanted to establish that I have a history, even though right now I'm not a pre-med person and I'm really not as up-to-date on medicine as most, there are people probably who know more than I do. I'm not a doctor, but I have, but even I can see some of the mistakes that are going on, and I have a major pet peeve. As I said, then it doesn't make sense. Then he was an adult, but then Alfred would have had to have been extremely young. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know, I thought I've seen versions where he was 18 or something, but I could be wrong. I've seen multiple versions of it. Where his age varies, but I could be wrong. So, like I said, I haven't read Batman in a long time, so correct me if I'm wrong whenever I'm wrong, because it's been a very long time since I read Batman, because honestly, they turned me off of Batman, and I'm just tired of what's going on. I mean, honestly, you want to know? I agree. Alfred uses guns, and Batman lets him use guns. My issue isn't even the guns, or somehow him managing to overcome people who are more powerful than him. Okay? That's not my issue. My issue is, first of all, his ridiculous amount of knowledge. Alfred is smarter than Sheldon Cooper from Big Bang Theory. Okay? Flat out. Alfred is smarter than basically anybody. Don't tell me Lex Luthor is smarter than Alfred. Like I said, he does genetic engineering, computer programming, electrical engineering, Yeah, I remember that version. Yeah, I remember seeing that one too. No, if he was an adult, then it just maybe when he went away as an adult, he sent Alfred to medical school. I mean, I said I don't know how to explain how it happened because they don't say he was. He was going to kill my parents, and this Glock will protect me. Yeah, but I'm just saying. Okay. First off, even put aside the physical violence and the combat, right, that Alfred has to deal with, right? Like fighting and all of that. I mean, the guy's had the living daylights beaten out of him multiple times. Okay? I'm saying Alfred Pennyworth runs Wayne Manor as the butler all day. Then he wakes Bruce Wayne up. Okay? And stays up with him most nights while he's running around as Batman. Alfred gets almost no sleep, and you want me to believe he's 80 years old. Okay? I wouldn't even believe it if he was 60. But you want me to believe he's even older than that? Okay? So put aside all the physical combat, okay? Yeah, he has a gun. Yeah, maybe he can... People lower their guard around him because he looks older, so he manages to, take them by surprise. Okay, but you want me to believe, most people, adults, he doesn't sleep ever. Which, by the way, marathon sucks. Screw you, Bungie. I hate marathon. I hope it fails. I don't like marathon. Marathon is the reason Destiny 2 sucks. So I don't care about marathon. But no, of course it's going to be on there because Bungie, Sony spending ridiculous amounts of money on it. Anyway, that's fine. Okay, so the physical demands. Okay. The physical demands, the regular physical demands, not even the ones like when he gets the living daylights beaten out of him multiple times by various enemies. Yeah, I've read, like I said, it sounds familiar because I remember seeing that because they bring it up over and over again. I said the story is done over and over again, but if he was an adult, then it just adds to the confusion of how the hell does Alfred do literal surgery and surgery that you cannot learn from the internet. You can't just watch somebody do arthroscopy. There is a hands-on, you need to be with people who do it to correct you. To like, do you really want somebody to do arthroscopy on you who's never dissected a cadaver? Well, there was also some corporate greed, but Marathon helped contribute to. As I said, look, I'm just saying, okay. Now, not 12 years. I'm not saying he went through the full medical training. I'm saying he, at bare minimum, went to medical school. That's 4 years. Medical school is 4 years. Let's say Bruce Wayne, with all of his power and wealth, is able to go to Gotham Medical School and say, all right, I will pay full cost. Hell, I will pay 10 times the cost to allow my butler to go to medical school under a different name, okay, and keep it hush-hush. Or allow my butler to go to medical school and keep it hush-hush. I mean, this is Bruce Wayne. He could spend $1 million a year for 4 years to have Alfred go to Gotham Medical School. Now, the reason I'm taking into account the fact that Alfred Pennyworth is definitely a genius, okay? So he probably jumped into medical school and finished, as I said, the 4-year training. I'm not saying he became a resident or an intern or any of that. I'm just saying at the bare minimum, Alfred Pennyworth went to medical school for 4 years. All right? Not 12. No, he didn't have the pre-med training, okay? He didn't have the residency. At the bare minimum, he went to medical school for 4 years. And maybe he developed connections so he could learn other things as he went. Yeah, I saw that. So is everybody who, yeah, I saw that. Apparently, attractive women is a crime, and apparently, me being a small, I should be against, just because I'm not, showing all my sexy, glorious beautifulness. I should be angry about that and all that nonsense. Yeah, I don't care. I'm tired. So, Knight's Path apparently is a video game that's coming out that is like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I don't know much about it, honestly, because I've been watching a lot more Warframe videos, the Y-File. But apparently, they made a poll and they said, do you want the female characters to be attractive or not? And the majority of the people said yes. So, the wokesters, the feminists, honestly, it's the entire Rainbow Mafia, which, as I've said in the past, I differentiate the Rainbow Mafia from the normal people. I said one of my favorite people in the world to work with, he only comes like once a month, is gay, and we've agreed that when we get put into camps, we are going to room together. Okay? So apparently having attractive female characters pisses off the feminists, the Rainbow Mafia. I mean, I would think if I'm not, but you'd think the L in particular would like the attractive women. I don't know. I said, I'm so tired of all of it. Yeah, apparently it's actually looking good. I haven't seen all of it because I heard about it through Dreamcast Guy. I think it was Dreamcast Guy. He talked about how it's actually looking really good and everyone is saying it looks really good. Yeah, Alfred won't have to deal with an idiot swallowing a palm patch, 100%. But the thing is, there's a limit to what Batman can do with arthroscopy. That's why I said Alfred Pennyworth definitely went to medical school. Now, Starfleet Academy. So the reason I brought up Bruce Wayne, Batman, Alfred, and all of that is to establish a history of me being very nitpicky when it comes to medicine. Okay, when I watch a show with medicine in it, okay, I have been I am very very nitpicky about it, and honestly, no. You don't. Normally you don't. You start with pre-med. I took pre-med. I know what pre-med is. But if you have Bruce Wayne, I know plenty about med school, okay? I know about the requirements to get into med school, okay? I was a pre-med student, okay? I know that you don't start with med school, but we're not talking about somebody who wants to become a doctor, okay? We're talking about someone who, like I said, Bruce Wayne probably wanted Alpha. Like I said, I'm guessing here, okay? I am guessing. But I think it's actually possible that Alfred Pennyworth, you know what, fine. You want to say this? Pre-med is actually 2 years, okay? The requirements for pre-med. Biology, a kind of biology that isn't, not just general biology. So general biology, general physics, general chemistry, and organic chemistry. Then you need calculus. I don't remember all the other ones, but the science requirements for pre-med are physics, chemistry, organic chemistry, biology, and I was required to take an additional different biology class. I can't remember what I took, but it was it was different than just biology 101 and 102. You also need to take the labs with them. So biology 101, 102 has a lab accompaniment that was, I think, 2 credits. So it's a total of 6 credits. 4 credits for biology, 2 credits for the lab. Okay? Same with chemistry, physics, and organic chemistry. We all joked about organic chemistry being a nightmarish hell. Okay? So if you want to, I said, I am speculating here. Okay? That Bruce Wayne sent Alfred to medical school. I'm saying that there's no way Alfred Pennyworth has the abilities that he does without going to medical school. Now, how DC Comics wants to incorporate that into his history, I'm guessing here. You want to say, okay, fine. He took 2 years of organic chemistry, physics, biology, and organic chem and what I missed it. Organic chemistry, biology, physics, and chemistry. That would mean 2 more years of college. Okay? Beforehand. Again, we're also taking into account the fact that Alfred Pennyworth is a genius. There's no doubt about it. For Alfred to do what he does, he has to be a genius level in intelligence. That means he is smarter than Bruce Wayne. Alfred Pennyworth, to do what he does, has to be smarter than Bruce Wayne, which means he has a IQ on the level of the Big Bang Theory characters. He is basically as smart as Sheldon Cooper. Okay? And he has had to have gone to medical school. Now, we don't have to put all of our rules for medical school to apply to Alfred Pennyworth because he has Bruce Wayne behind him. So, Bruce Wayne, do you not think a medical school will jump on, here's $1 million a year, I want my butler to go to medical school for 4 years? I'm just saying. He can even push it. That's why I'm saying he probably did it. The thing is, and I agree with you, Alexia, he has some medical, but that isn't enough for what he does. Some medical training isn't. The thing is, if he had some medical training where he would do EMT care on Bruce Wayne, but he is capable of doing things that not even a medic can do. He has to have gone to medical school. They're saying he does arthroscopy. That is not something you can learn by watching a video. You can't, because it requires hands-on training. You want me to believe that he watched a YouTube video on how to do arthroscopy? This guy basically, he even says here, he is also able to perform arthroscopy, which is, like I said, they make a small incision, insert a camera. And the ability to manipulate that. You don't think that before they do that for real, they train on a cadaver. You want me to believe that Alfred was able to, without any training on a cadaver, do arthroscopy? And other advanced medical procedures. Yeah, I know, it comes to a suspension of disbelief. I know. But I'm just saying, He played Surgeon Sim VR yeah. So you put aside, first of all, the fact that you're dealing with a multi-billionaire and his butler. So that alone opens doors to Alfred that we would not have. Bruce Wayne goes to any medical school. Hell, if I were Bruce Wayne, I'd send him to a medical school not in Gotham while I'm off training so that I don't have to deal with people talking about it, okay? I don't know, and be like, hey, or even overseas where I at least gets the training, okay? And he's like, here's $5 million a year. I want Alfred to go through the 4 years of medical school. So we went off on tangent because I wanted to talk about Starfleet Academy, Warframe, and the medical stuff in that. But I was establishing a history for me. Look, don't look at me, all right? He aspired to be a butler. Alfred should not be a butler. With his genius and his skills, you want me to believe that he went around going, I want to be a butler. The only reason somebody with Alfred Pennyworth's skills and genius is because he gets a shit ton of money from being a butler. That's about it. Yeah, there is a suspension of disbelief. The only reason I brought it up, okay, I mean, or because his father was friends with Thomas Wayne and he felt obligated to do it. And he probably didn't expect it to last as long as it did. And he ended up going along. And it's like, all right. So his father said, that's true. That's what I was going to say. He probably, right, his father went to him and said, Alfie, didn't his father get murdered, right? And so he was like, all right, I'll do my duty for the Waynes. So he's like, all right, I love my father. I'll spend a year or two working at the Waynes before I move on in my life to something better, right? Then Bruce Wayne is born, all right? And he falls in love with the little kid. He cares for the kid. Then Bruce Wayne's parents are killed, and he kind of feels tied in. And he never expected, and it's like every time he thinks he's going to get out of it, he gets dragged into something else. That could be it. But like I said, I don't think Alfred grew up aspiring to be a butler either. We know that's actually, Alfred did not want to be a butler. We know that is true. Alfred didn't want to be a butler. He hated he only became a butler because his father was the Wayne butler before him. And he did not want to be a butler. And ended up a butler when his father died. And the Waynes asked him to, right? That's how it is. He did not want to be a butler. Alfred did not want to be a butler. So the reason we're talking about Alfred is simply because I wanted to establish a history for me of being obsessive about medical details. And why, when I was reading Batman comics, primarily I was a pre-med student. Right? I think he was SAS. It's constantly changing. He was in the military. He was a medic in the military. But his skills in medicine are far more than just what a medic would know. I keep pointing out, he does arthroscopy. He removes bullets, which it's not just pulling the bullet out. Especially if you've been shot in a certain, in your chest. And the sonic waves, it's a lot more complicated than that. So I've always found the medical details. I've been always a nitpicker when it comes to the medical details of shows, okay? And so it started for me with Batman. That's why Alfred comes up, because Alfred definitely went to medical school. I don't know how to explain it, but he had to have gone to medical school. There's no way Alfred self-taught himself some of this stuff. Unless he's friends of the Wayne medical doctors were willing to help him, which they have no reason to think, okay, so why is Bruce Wayne's butler asking me about how to perform arthroscopy? It could be Bruce Wayne was like, I don't want to have to go to a doctor, so I'm going to trade my butler to become my personal doctor. He's like, Alfred, for the modern audience, is a toxic white man from England. And they will probably race swap. Oh, wait, they did race swap Alfred, and they made him gay, too. They made him Asian and gay, didn't they? Because he didn't have, Because he didn't have a crush on, the doctor, what's her name? I mean, the funny thing is they have a friend who's a doctor, and yet somehow they always rely on Alfred Pennyworth. What was her name? I can't remember her name. She was awesome. I loved that character. The girlfriend Alfred had a crush on, the woman that Alfred had a crush on, who ran the clinic. Anyway, the only reason I'm bringing all of this up is to establish a pattern or a history of behavior for me when it comes to medicine and being very nitpicky. And why it started, it was because I was pre-med, and so when I would see medical mistakes, as I said, having Alfred Pennyworth, after getting beaten up, on a ventilator and nasal cannula. So what the hell's nasal cannula? Nasal cannula is oxygen when they put the tubes in your nose and it goes around your head. That is nasal cannula, okay? It doesn't make sense to have nasal cannula and be on a ventilator at the same time. You either have the nasal cannula or the ventilator. You don't have both. I remember distinctly that one because it was the one where Alfred gets beat up by Wrath, and it was really weird. But he's on a nasal, and so one of the things that people have, I used to read websites also talking about the medical mistakes in comic books, and they would point out that one of the most common mistakes in comic books when it comes to medicine is an excess of tubes. Okay, you'd have like 50 different tubes into numerous places and none of them make sense. Okay, like I said, nasal cannula and a ventilator, or the fact that people are talking on a ventilator or conscious while on a ventilator. This still comes up. Even like I said, the newest Transformers comic had a Spike on a ventilator and he's talking and he's conscious. That's not going to happen. So the reason I'm bringing all of this up is because of Starfleet Academy, because I have a lot of serious problems with I haven't even watched Starfleet Academy, but enough of Starfleet Academy from what I've seen to stand out makes me pissed off about, one, the stupidity of it when it comes to the science and the medicine. Okay? Actually, no, Alex, there is an Alfred for the modern audience. They released a remake retelling of Batman where Alfred was, I think he was Asian, but I know he was gay. Yeah. Like I said. So the thing is, okay, everything about the new Starfleet Academy is absolute garbage. Let me be clear. My favorite my favorite Star Trek was Deep Space Nine. When it comes to the original series, I liked the novels more than the TV show. In fact, I didn't even know Star Trek was a TV show for at least a year after I found out about Star Trek, because I got obsessed with the novels. There are some phenomenal original series Star Trek novels. In fact, I love the novels with Kirk, Spock, and McCoy so much that when I watched the original series, I was disappointed, because the novels are phenomenal. There are some really good. Oh, well, in that remake story, he's not actually gay. It's canon. He's not gay. Okay? Alfred had a crush on Maggie. I think her name was Maggie. I can't remember her name, but she was awesome. I love that character. But he had a crush on her and I think at one point he gave up that relationship because he was busy with Batman and, looking after Bruce Wayne, which didn't make sense to me. The two of you could have gotten double. Anyway, I totally agree with you with Alex. I just want to bring up my personal pet peeves because it isn't just Star Trek that has this problem, okay? So first off, I don't even understand what the burn is. Somebody tried to explain the burn, that all the dilithium in the galaxy was destroyed somehow. Yeah, I might be wearing a MAGA hat. Here. It's a Trump hat. The thing is, I have less problems with Lower Deck until they made it canon. My understanding of Lower Deck was a parody. I thought Lower Deck was not meant to be taken seriously. I thought Lower Deck was meant to be a parody, and that's it. Now when I find out that the characters are considered canon and all of that nonsense, I'm kind of not happy. I did not have a problem with Lower Deck until when it was just a parody. Because sometimes, I love Star Trek parodies. There were a bunch of books that were Star Trek parodies that were funny. So Star Trek, I don't mind parodying Star Trek. Lower Deck is the cartoon. So I thought it was a parody. It was meant to be a parody. Right? So when I thought it was a parody, I was like, okay, I have no problem with it being a parody. You're making fun of Star Trek. It's not canon. The moment you try and put it into the real world of Star Trek, then I have a problem. When you start to treat Lower Deck on the same level as Deep Space Nine, then I have a problem. I considered Lower Deck when I've only seen like 1 or 2 episodes or like clips of it. I haven't even seen much of Lower Deck. But I thought of because at the time I didn't have... I said, if you want me to believe that Lower Deck is on the same level... It's not even not canon. It's parody. It's meant to be treated... In my opinion, Lower Deck was meant to be treated as a parody. It's not real Star Trek. It's a joke. The moment you're telling me... Because the Star Trek novels are also not canon, but they are phenomenal. I would rather the Star Trek novels be treated as canon than Lower Deck. So, as I said, I had a problem with it because I thought it was a joke. So you've turned something that is clearly a joke into something that's on the same level as Deep Space Nine. And that's my problem. I didn't have a problem until you tried to tell me that they're the same. They're not the same. So that's why I've wanted to watch Lower Deck, but in my mind, if I watch Lower Deck, it's because it's not meant to be real Star Trek. And you're trying to turn it into real Star Trek is my problem. But... I mean, I even prefer Enterprise over Lower Deck. I actually near the end, I really liked Enterprise, and then they cut it off, and it's like, no! I even liked Voyager. I love that whole... Anyway. So, I have never watched Discovery. The moment you told me that Spock has a sister... Okay? The moment you told me Spock has a sister, I was like, screw you, I'm out. Spock does not have a sister. He does not have a human sister, and why the hell is her name Michael? Okay? If you were to come to me and tell me, oh, it's the Vulcans and they don't know how to give human names, and so they picked a random name, then I can understand it. But Spock does not have a sister, and that's it. You come into the original series and you ruin it. You don't ruin it, you just mess it up. Yeah. My understanding is the burn destroyed all the dilithium and so they couldn't, like, travel warp speed. First of all, okay, it's been 1,000 years is my understanding. So Star Trek, Starfleet Academy takes place 1,000 years in the future. Yeah, Spock having an older half-brother makes a lot more sense than Michael Burnham. 100%. Okay? That makes more sense, excuse me. You want me to believe that Starfleet Academy takes place 1,000 years in the future, and yet it looks nearly identical to the original Star Trek, that they didn't advance anything in 1,000 years. First of all, you want me to believe that they managed to go with the technology they have 1,000 years without developing an alternative to dilithium. Okay? You want me to believe that they went 1,000 years without dilithium and warp drive. You want me to believe that with their technology, which is a lot more advanced than ours, they weren't able to come up with an alternative to dilithium. It reminds me of, I think it was during the Vietnam War, because I remember the story from, I think it was in 6th grade, where they said that we got most of our rubber from, like, Vietnam, or that area. I can't remember the details, but they managed to come up with an alternative to natural rubber in, like, a 1-year period because of desperation. Because they're idiots, Alex. That's the problem. They go in, they go, I want to add a character to it. It's like me going back as a Warframe player and saying, I was Alad V's son. Okay, yeah, it's possible Alad V hid a child. Which is stupid. The whole thing was stupid. Because we've seen Spock's childhood, and it would have changed him as a person and the way and everything if he had a human sister. It's not even like she was Vulcan. She was human. Michael Burnham is a human. So you want me to believe that they adopted a girl, a human girl, and somehow Sarek, who constantly was like telling his son that he's too human, but they have a human girl living with them? So you want me to believe that 1,000 years went by without any warp drive and they did not come up with an alternative. They have far more advanced technology than we do. And you want me to think they spent 1,000 years without being able to develop something as an alternative to dilithium. That alone was enough to make me look, that is a load of garbage. Okay? Your technology is exactly the same as it was 1,000 years ago. Okay? Your ships look like... The thing is, Science of the Future is going to be you don't have... Anyway. But the medical part in particular, because it's the same... The thing is, Warframe doesn't show it. Okay? So, Warframe, I realized, and I will admit my mistake, I underestimated the corpus medicine. Yeah, it would exactly be like she had an unnamed husband. Because she was engaged to a guy. Remember? So it takes away the fact that she was actually engaged. It was like, oh yeah, she had an unnamed husband. No, she was engaged, and it was so sad when she had to, break it off with him. Okay? The thing is, first off, my mistake. I underestimated corpus medical technology. I watched videos about DARPA, and it made me realize that the corpus are far more advanced than we give them credit for. Okay, first of all, people are saying that the Grineer are on the same level as Space Marines, which I didn't even realize, but when you think about what the Grineer are fighting, that would actually make sense, because the Grineer can hold themselves against Tenno and Warframes, often. There's some very with Data having a biochild, yes. Or, as I pointed out to someone, there are sometimes parts of the story that, when you change it, you ruin the entire story. You change so much about it. Right? So, I watched the Y-Files, and the Y-Files talked about DARPA. And DARPA made me realize that the corpus are far more advanced than we realize. But let me put that aside, because I want to talk about the medical side. Because medicine, they are stupid. Okay? They are stupid. They don't take the time to actually, the thing is, the details around the character, for example, Ben Sisko. What made Ben Sisko was, for example, that his wife died. So it tells you so much about him, because what happens around the character, telling me that Ben Sisko, I don't know, telling me that Ben Sisko had an affair on his wife before she died, and that he has some unnamed daughter, out there, would completely change your way of understanding Ben Sisko. Ben Sisko was married to someone, remember? Can't remember the name of his wife. And she died during the attack by Locutus of Borg, right? Now imagine if I were to tell you he was having an affair with the ship's first officer. Oh, thank you. I've been cleaning through my old ones, and finally, I am lazy about wearing different hijabs, because I'm lazy about pulling out all of my old ones. Okay, I've actually never bought a single hijab. My family and friends all give them to me. But that's telling me, just think about it, right? Ben Sisko was married, right? His wife died. Now imagine if I were to tell you that on the side, he had a side piece, and he was bonking the ship's science officer, and that she survived and has a baby, and that Jake Sisko has a half-sister somewhere. That would change how you view Ben Sisko. It would make him slightly different than finding out than that. So imagine you make a spin-off from Deep Space Nine, and it's like Captain Susan Watts. And she's like, I was pregnant with Sisko's, bastard child that he... I know actually less about the original series. I've watched the entire animated series and the entire original series, but I was a bigger fan of the novels. A lot of people don't know. I read all of the novels. And some of them were so good. And it makes me want to go back to them. But no, Sisko was the GOAT. And the fact that Sisko was married and he became a widower grows him as a character. It makes the relationship between him and Jake different. Then, like I said, these morons would come up with a spin-off to Deep Space Nine where they're like, yeah, this is Susan, and she was his mistress, and she became pregnant with his child, and she disappeared, and 20 years later, Sisko's sister's daughter suddenly shows up, and she's like, yes, while Sisko was married, he was, have a good one, Alexia. Have a happy belated birthday. Belated, and welcome to 30. Okay? And you find out that he, like I said, he had a mistress on the side. So that's exactly what they're doing. They want to connect their characters to the important ones, but they don't care about the consequences of doing that. Right? Giving Sisko an illegitimate child and a mistress completely changes Sisko as a person and how you view him. And the years of development we've had of him as Star Trek Deep Space Nine. And that's what they did with this idiotic Michael Burnham. Spock did not have an adopted human sister. And for you to come in here and be like, well, we want to add Spock to our shitty show because we know that nobody is going to care about our show unless we insert Spock. Putting Spock in a mental hospital at some point. Having Spock be, what is it? They said that he was neurodivergent or some shit like that. Are you crazy? Do you have no respect for what is not even yours? Like every time I write, which I haven't done in a while, but every time I try to write about the corpus, I respect where they're coming from and the original creator. And I have made multiple changes every time I've gotten something wrong. You need to respect the property. It's not yours. You can't change it because you don't like it. If you don't like the fact that the corpus are capitalists who literally worship profit, you cannot come in here and tell me that they are communists. Okay? You cannot come in here and change everything about it. What they did to Spock was wrong. What they keep doing to Star Trek, even as much, whether you like it or not, right? Okay, Deep Space, every single one of the previous shows, when they brought in older characters, they did an amazing job. I usually used to do Reddit and Twitter, but I haven't written in a while. I also actually have it on fanfiction.net. But I want to go back and make some modifications. One of these days, I did have a Reddit at one point where I was posting the stories I wrote. But I want to go back because I haven't written it in like 2 years but it was a lot of fun. Because, as I said, when I write about the corpus and Warframe, right, I'm not trying to insert myself into the corpus and Warframe. I'm not trying to tell you a message about the corpus and Warframe. I'm not using the corpus as a way to tell a story about ICE or MAGA good or MAGA bad. I love the corpus as the corpus is. Greedy, selfish, and they love profit. And that is a lot of fun when you think about it. The corpus are a lot of fun in their own unique way. And what makes the corpus unique is what you don't write about the corpus because you want to share an agenda or a message about anything. You should be wanting to tell stories because you enjoy telling stories. Not preaching at me about, I don't want any stories out of the corpus where they tell me this is why profit is evil. Okay? I want to just see the way the corpus look at the world. But that's the problem, right? They know their show is garbage, and the only way they're going to get anybody to watch Star Trek Discovery is to include Spock in it. And it doesn't matter whether it's accurate or not. And the thing is, look, every time Star Trek has brought up characters from a different show, so for example, The Next Generation brought Sarek in. They brought Spock in. They brought in DeForest Kelley as Dr. McCoy on Star Trek The Next Generation. And you know what they did? They respected the character. DeForest Kelley as Dr. McCoy was not changed when they brought him onto The Next Generation. They kept to who Dr. McCoy was. They didn't change him. The same thing with Sarek, with Spock, with Scotty, Montgomery Scott. Hey, Mr. Dystopian, I was just thinking of you. You're awesome. When they brought them in, they didn't change Scotty from what he was like in the 60s for the 80s to give their own modern change on Scotty. They kept Scotty to who Scotty was. They brought the original actor in, and they kept to Scotty. The same with Dr. McCoy. When you see him as Admiral McCoy, you believe he's the same Dr. McCoy you saw on Star Trek the original series. When you brought in Sarek, when you brought in Spock, they all were characters you felt this is where they would be. When you brought Worf into Deep Space Nine, when you brought Picard into Deep Space Nine, they did not change the character for their agenda. They didn't add anything to promote a message. They stuck to the characters and who they are. And so you come in here and you're like, all right, well, I want to use Spock for my show just to add to it, and you don't care about what the consequence. Giving Spock an adopted human sister changes Spock for who he is. On top of it, it doesn't make sense for Sarek and Amanda to adopt a human child. It would change Spock as a person. But no, you knew the only way anyway, because the only episode I think I ever watched of Star Trek Discovery was the bits and pieces with Spock. And I hated watching it. That's all I ever watched. And I'm not watching Starfleet Academy. Because Starfleet Academy, the thing is, one of the reasons why I stopped watching The Rings of Power is when there is a suspension of disbelief, and then there is stupid. There's a difference between suspension of disbelief and moronically, brain-breakingly stupid. And you want to know what broke Rings of Power for me? Aside from the story being garbage, the lore being broken, it was the moment you saw with the siege. When they have a base on a cliff, and instead they decide to defend a village in the middle of a field. And you're like, there's one bridge. All you had to do was destroy the bridge, and the orcs would not come for you. No, we're gonna turn the tower into a trap, and then we're gonna try and defend a village in the middle of a field because we're so smart. The moment I saw the fact that they're like, okay, the burn, all right, that is moronically stupid. Okay, the burn is moronically stupid. You could come up. You know what? If you wanted to make a show that takes place before warp drive, do it. I don't understand. How do you tell me all of the dilithium in the galaxies no longer works? And that you don't have warp drive? And then you want me to believe that you spent 1,000 years not coming up for an alternative with warp drive? That the only way possible was warp drive with dilithium. You want me to believe you could not come up with an alternative? In 1,000 years, with your technology's more advanced than ours. On top of that, I'll say this, medicine pisses me the hell off. Okay? Medicine in Star Trek is exactly the same as it's always been. Why? Because they want medicine to look like what we recognize as medicine. And I'm telling you, when it comes to the corpus, when it comes to Star Trek, when it comes to a lot of these shows, medicine as we know it will not exist. You will not see what you think you see. First of all, I'll tell you this. Dr. McCoy used AI. There's no way Dr. McCoy did not use AI. At least as a resource to go to. Because you want me to believe that you have, in humanity alone, okay, how many different fields of medicine do we have? For humans alone. And you want me to believe that Dr. McCoy was the only doctor or one of like 3 on the Star Trek Enterprise, Starfleet Enterprise, and he can also treat aliens. But put that aside, okay? You want to know what kind of technology we are working on in this day and age and which will probably exist? Which they definitely have a cure for the common cold. That was a joke. They definitely have a cure. Okay. Some of the technology that we are looking to advance and create and develop that people are actually working on trying to develop right now. Let's start with nanites. Tiny, tiny microscopic computers, tiny microscopic robots, not computers, that can heal damage in the human body. We're working on, let me look it up because I know I've seen this, okay? Medical nanites. Medical nanotechnology. Okay? Medical nanotechnology, so it's easier for me to read it from somebody else, from a source, or nanomedicine applies nanotechnology to medicine for diagnosing, treating, and preventing diseases with nanoscale materials and devices. Among the things it would be able to, targeted drug delivery, advanced diagnostics, improved imaging, regenerative medicine. Okay? Nanotechnology aids in tissue repair, regeneration, and creating better implants. So basically, okay, nanotechnology will make most of the medicine we have today obsolete. It's probably, my view is, this is one of the main medicine that the corpus use. Because the corpus want the most efficient and fastest ways possible to get your injured crewman back on his feet. Okay? Nanorobots, tiny robots, microscopic robots that you inject in your bloodstream that are constantly repairing damaged tissue, providing drugs directly to diseased cells. They probably inject them with nanites and the nanites self-replicate. The Corpus undoubtedly have nanites in their system. It's not AI. And even the Corpus have some degree of AI, though it's not as advanced as, because they're afraid of the sentients. Do you want me to believe that Starfleet does not have nanites? And Starfleet, unlike the Corpus, is even more willing to use AI. So their nanotechnology for medicine would probably be even more advanced than the Corpus. You want me to believe that they don't inject you with nanotechnology the moment you're born? Okay? It's constantly repairing injuries and illness. Most injury and illness would not exist. On top of that, this whole idea of organ replacement is idiotic. Okay? We are working on ways to regrow organs today. We want to eliminate the need for organ transplants. At the most, they're going to use 3D printed organs. Oh, I totally agree with you. I don't think honestly, I'm not watching anything before like 2012 at this point. But you want me to believe that all of the medicine, I'm telling you, even Star Trek, the original series, their medicine wasn't advanced enough. The original series, even their medicine was probably not advanced enough. But you want me to believe that what takes place 1,000 years after Star Trek, the original series, basically looks almost identical? You want me to believe they won't even need, like, laser sutures or any of that, because they'll have nanotechnology. Now, it'll be definitely harder to kill people, and you probably need some degree of emergency medicine for traumatic, catastrophic injuries. But even that, I won't deny it, I use chat Grok. Okay? Because while I don't take its word, I don't use it for real, I did a debate with Grok over what would happen if a Corpus, because I was wrong. That's one of the reasons I want to rewrite all of my original Warframe stories. Because I was wrong about what would happen if a Corpus was run through with a sword. I originally thought that a Corpus, if Viso got run through with a sword, he would be off his feet for like 3 or 4 days. According to when I was debating back and forth with Grok, he would probably be back on his feet within 24 hours. And the emergency treatment would be far more advanced. Okay, that's cool. I'm trying not to think about Ramadan. But that is cool. That is cool. That is really, really cool. I remember Ash Wednesday, too. I realized that I made a mistake. And that's the difference between me and other people. When I realized that I was wrong in how I developed the Corpus, I'm willing to go back and rewrite things to correct it. And like I said, I thought that you would need more hands-on. And talking, like I said, I will debate things with Grok and question it. I don't take it like at face value, but it inspires ideas for me on it. And I can't remember everything you told me. It's been a while. I still have the conversation saved where about how Corpus medicine, if you ran a Corpus through with a sword, they would not be off their feet for more than 24 hours. Even Kai, who I had his spine get shattered and his spine get basically crushed, would probably be off his feet for maybe a week at most. Because they have the ability to 3D replicate organs using, you have replicators in Star Trek. Okay, you have replicators. And you want me to believe you cannot replicate. I'm saying the Corpus 3D print organs. They insert your DNA and they replicate organs using 3D printing. Okay? I don't have a problem at all with AI. All right? Depending on how you use it. I'm not one of those people who says, "Oh my God, that video game used AI. That's horrible." I'm of the belief that if you work with AI and you come up with something good, I don't have a problem with it. And as I said, I have found a lot of times AI is great for inspiration. And it gives me some great ideas. But anyway, you want me to believe that Starfleet, that has replicators, cannot replicate organ replacements. But, the Corpus don't they do have transporters, but they're not on the same level as Starfleet. And the Corpus don't have replicators. Which, honestly, I wouldn't be... You know what? Maybe they do. Because we don't know how they eat, but we know they eat, like, condensed nutrient cubes. people go absolutely nuts because I've come to realize that people are black and white on everything. Everything is black and white, and the problem is it's not black and white. You cannot look at things and be like all bad and all good. AI, not all of it is bad and not all of it is good, but you have to be smart with how you use it. Some people make absolute garbage with AI, and then they present it like it's the greatest thing ever made. But if you use it as a tool, it can be very, very useful. These people are crazy. Oh my God, they used AI and it's like, come on. It's either, and it depends. You can use AI in video game development, for example, to get rid of some of the more menial tasks and have someone oversee. You could drop the number of people needed in a studio from 500 to 50. Even without AI, developers are losing jobs, which I find hilarious because the only time anybody cries over somebody losing their job is always in video game development, but they never look into the other fields. Depending on how you use the AI, that's how it is. It depends whether you use it, if it's good or bad. But you want me to look at Starfleet Academy's medicine, which, like I said, I think the only reason they do it the way they do is because they want it to still look medical. Okay? And yet, at the same time, medicine will not look the same as it does now. And it definitely not with the advancements that we are looking into making. As I said, we can't 3D print organs right now, but do you not think we are trying to? We cannot grow new organs yet, but do you not think we are not trying to, and that is the goal within the next century? And you want me to believe that 2,000 years from now, or 1,000 years from now, or whatever the hell it is, they can't do that? And then you want me to believe that the entire medical staff... Okay, here's another issue I have with Starfleet Academy, because I actually posted... I think Mr. Dystopian responded to me. Somebody responded to me on it. Where they're like, there is a cadet that is a hologram. Okay? First off, you want me to believe they haven't made holographic pets? I mean, you have a student who's a brain-dead, moronic idiot who's a hologram. Why? If you want to be realistic and believable, okay, holograms are not the same as androids. Remember, we had an episode in Star Trek The Next Generation where they debated whether Data was a person or not. Well, the thing to keep in mind is there are some things that AI will never work with. For example, people are saying that all the videos made by AI are slop. Some of my favorite stuff is AI. There's this channel I watch on Tabby Topics. Let me see if I can bring it up. I love Tabby Topics on Instagram. Okay? Tabby Topics. Let me see if I can bring it up. Okay. For example, I'll tell you this about AI. For example, in the world of retail, you notice that they're constantly getting rid of self-checkout. Or they have self-checkout, but they have people watching it. They got rid of the QR codes with Amazon Fresh. Okay. There is a limit to self-checkout. For example, I highly doubt you're going to walk into a store and be able to walk out with an iPad. Okay, because there's a level of humanness required to determine fraud. So, do I really think you're going to walk into a Kmart and walk out with an iPad that you paid for with self-checkout? Probably not. It's called Tabby Topics. Let me find it. Window capture, add source. This. Tabby Topics. I absolutely love these videos. Here's one. Hey. Where the whole thing is basically about cats going on trips and on vacation and stuff. Okay? I love Tabby Topics. I love the videos of cats. AI JD Vance is the real JD Vance. So, I don't have a problem with AI if it's done smart and correctly. And as I said, it's getting better and more advanced, but you can't hate something just because you hate it, because you don't like all of it. Like I said, we're in a day and age where I got into an argument with someone. Well, no, they never even responded, right? Where they're like, all diversity is bad, okay? And they're like, this is what America used to be like before diversity, okay? Forced diversity is bad. I 100% agree. But at the same time, when I was a kid growing up, we considered America to be a melting pot, where everybody was different, but we were all united as Americans, right? Where it was like, okay, we all had the same, I guess, basic morals or principles. I'm not even sure how we did it, but where we were, like I said, we would talk about America as a melting pot, where we all view, no matter where you came from, you came to America, you became an American, but you added a unique little bit to it. So, for example, sushi. Sushi isn't 100% Japanese, but it wouldn't exist in America without Japanese diversity bringing it here. So like I said, not all diversity is bad. But at the same time, we can't just open the gates to everything and allow the diversity to overcome what makes America America. We're still American. Like I said, I consider myself an American, right? Taco Bell. I love Tex-Mex. I love Taco Bell. I love burritos and tacos and all that, but I bet you that's not real Mexican food either. People go nuts over halal food, juicy platters and stuff like that, right? There is a healthy diversity, and then there is when you go over the top. You constantly are turning everything into black and white, and the thing is, that's not what it is. Yeah, and that's the main danger. The main danger with AI, and I know Tim Pool is milquetoast. I don't watch him as much as I used to, but he did bring up a very, very good point. Tim Pool pointed out you don't even have to create an entire AI video. All you have to do is create a video where you take Trump doing a speech and you add one word, and it could completely change the meaning of what he's saying. So then it's even harder to detect that it is AI, because you are using a full video of him and you're using AI to add one word. A friend of mine I work with, he's like, you can't tell what's the difference anymore. We need to be careful about that, and we need to be smart about that. But at the same time, you don't even need AI for that, because when we were running the governor election here in New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli versus Mickey Sherrill, okay? Mickey Sherrill, I had a colleague of mine who voted for Mickey Sherrill, and I asked him why. And he said the reason he voted for Mickey Sherrill was because Jack Ciattarelli was going to raise the sales tax to 10% on everything. That is false. Jack Ciattarelli was never going to raise the sales tax to 10% on everything. Mickey Sherrill took out of context something that and made an ad about it, cutting certain clips to make it look like that is what he was doing. Jack Ciattarelli was talking about the way sales tax is done in, I think, Tennessee, where they have a blanket 10% sales tax and no income tax. And I know for a fact, the colleague of mine said that's why he voted for Mickey. Otherwise, he would have voted for Jack. And I have no doubt thousands of other people voted for Mickey, not because of that lie. Okay? And that wasn't even using AI. We need people to be more educated, which is why we have some of the dumbest stuff going on around out there. AI is a great tool, right? It's like with cars, right? When they move from the horse-drawn carriage to cars. Cars can be dangerous. People can get hit by cars. But if you use a car smart, okay, cars are good, right? That's how it is with AI. You can make some great things with AI if you're smart. You can also be lazy about it and make garbage with AI. But to say that you hate all AI because that's how everyone views things today, it's either one way or the other way. Basically, I agree with Clownfish TV on this. I think that they're trying to create another controversy because nobody's going to their websites. Nobody's going to Kotaku and Polygon and Mary Sue and any of that. So they need to come up with another cause to fight for. They need to give these people causes to fight for, because otherwise they have no personality. Their entire personality is made up of the causes they fight for. Okay? So they're losing on the attractive girls in video games. Oh, they're trying, but they're kind of losing that one. So now they're going, we need to be anti-AI. Because they know for a fact 90% of people do not want ugly women in video games. Even the tiny little Muslim woman wearing a hijab does not want ugly women in video games. I want pretty women in video games. Okay? I want hot dudes and hot chicks in my video games, all right? My life is boring. You think I'm surrounded by hot people? We're all wearing... Nah. So, you know what? If I'm going to play a video game, I want to play as a hot chick or a hot dude, okay? All right? Reality is boring. I go into a video game to escape reality and be a kick-ass hero. Why do you think I play Warframe? To be a kick-ass hero on the side of the corpus. All right? But they're realizing that most people, every time a video game developer comes out, I mean, look at what's it called, Lords of the Fallen. We're like, okay, we're getting rid of pronouns. And the gaming journalist went, you can't get rid of the pronouns. You need body type A and body type B, not male and female. And what happened when the moment they changed it to male and female and said we're going to make it male and female? The game skyrocketed. All right? So they know that they don't have a cause with that. Every time they go, they say, oh my God, they're making male and female. Most people don't care. Most people just don't care. I had a friend of mine who I'd known before I knew where he was, that he was gay, right? Okay, thought he was an awesome dude. Okay, he and I are both we both agree on everything. We don't agree on everything, but we have like general we can chat and have intelligent conversations. He's a Trump supporter like me, so like we get along great. Okay, we work in retail. We both get along great. A couple months ago, he told me he was gay. You want to know how that changed my relationship with him? The only change is we agreed that when Trump builds the camps, we're bunking together. That's about it. Because nobody cares anymore. And you want to make it so that people care. So I think their next cause, which they have some more support on, is it has AI in it. I have no personality except now I have to hate AI because they tell me. Okay? By the way, I made it to Mastery Rank 24. And I'm going to show off my stats just because. All right. Okay. Let's just check this out. Okay. Grenier kills 371,000 versus Corpus kills 56,000. Okay. So almost 57,000. So I have over 300,000 more Grenier kills than Corpus. And I am at 1,872 Corpus battles. So anyway, as I was saying, all of that aside, like I said... Anyway, okay. Holograms and Starfleet Academy, okay? First off, why doesn't anybody have a holographic pet? Just think about it, okay? Do you want me to believe that no one at Starfleet Academy was like, this is my holographic cat ninja? This is my holographic, what is the name of the pet? The Celat. My holographic, because I couldn't bring Fluffykins with me from Vulcan, I made a hologram of my Celat Fluffykins. And he's going to stay with me while I'm at Starfleet Academy. Okay? I mean, do you not want me to believe that better than having an actual cat on a starship, which puts the cat at risk, because every time a space battle happens, something can happen to Fluffykins, you have a holographic pet. But you have a holographic cadet. That is a complete and total idiot. On top of that, okay. Star Trek The Next Generation had an episode regarding AI and androids, right? About Data being his own person and whether Data had the ability to make choices for himself or not. The thing is, when it comes down to it, holograms and androids are not the same thing, okay? Androids are more permanent, right? You don't have a history in Starfleet of android holodecks, right? You don't have a history in Starfleet of sending androids into battle. For some reason, we don't see a lot of drones in Starfleet, in Star Trek, right? Though, honestly, I think, anyway, that aside. You don't see a lot of androids as drones going into battle. Even if they have drones, they don't look like Data, okay? It's different when it comes to holograms. Every single person in Starfleet who has gone into a hologram, I bet you has deleted at least one holodeck program. All right. So creating entire starships full of holograms that have been trained to be Starfleet officers, or even if the lower crew are all holograms and you have the senior officers as humans overseeing the holograms, you don't do that. You didn't try to at least maybe push the add more interesting like ways of telling story where you're like, okay, so this tragic burn happened and we needed to send starships out, right? And we didn't have warp drive, which again is completely moronic. The burn itself was moronic. The fact that it took them 1,000 years to get warp drive back is completely moronic. But oh, I don't know, you create slower than light speed and you crew them with holograms, because the hologram is not has been around since Voyager. Okay, so you take holograms and holographic technology, right? And you create an idiotic Starfleet cadet with the IQ that is lower than my cat's, because my cat won't eat you made a fat hologram who's an idiot. Please, someone just correct me on this. That doesn't make sense at all. You wanna ask questions and add more, like make it more interesting and be like, you know, talking about we have whole ships of holograms and what it must be like for the Doctor to deal with full ships of holograms that, hey, you know what? The only thing lost was the ship because a bunch of holograms died, but they're not real. It's like I said, creating a ship of holograms and using them as labor. Okay, unpaid labor is not the same as androids because you have a history in Starfleet of wiping out holodecks and holograms. Am I wrong? Do you want me to say that the Doctor is on the same level as Data? No matter how long he's been around. At one point, he had that portable emitter, right? Bing! And you no longer have a Doctor. Yes, Min Min? Why no holographic pets like Min Min? Do you not think I would love to have a hologram of Min Min to take with me to work? And have her sit on my shoulder all day? Right, Min Min? I know, Min Min. You're such a cutie. Yeah, I don't know about that. Really? Come here. Come here, Min Min. So... Here's my Min Min. So, I feel like you have so many potential. I mean, am I wrong? There's not more potential for using holograms than an idiotic cadet. You want me to also believe that it took you 900 years to come up with the idea of a holographic cadet? 900 years. You Mimi? Oh, Mimi. Come here, Mimi. I mean, who wouldn't want this cute little muchacha as a hologram? Who's a really cute little... And there's no danger that your pet will suffer permanent injury while on a starship because it's a hologram. All you have to do is end program while the battle is going on, so you don't have to even risk losing your pet. Do you not? I mean, you have again. Just for the love of God, tell me something. How? How? Hey, everybody! We have a holographic cadet. Right? We have a holographic cadet, everybody. Okay. But you don't have a holographic kitty. Where's the holographic kitty? Min Min is a hologram. No, Min Min would kill me. Look, Min Min. If we ever have holographic cats, it would just be for work, because I know you would not want to come with me to work. Alright? Alright? Right, Min Min? Right, Min Min? And think of it, they don't eat, they don't poop. Perfect for... I mean, I am surprised no Ferengi was like the holographic pet. It doesn't poop, it doesn't eat, you can end the program and without any worries. Right, Min Min? Actually, at one point I was part of a Star Trek group years and years and years ago, and I had one cadet play a prank where he flooded the medical department with holographic water and Lego ships. That was when I was kind of really bad at writing and story ideas, but I mean, nobody else had thought of it. Flooding the entire... No one ever paused and went, okay, you have holo emitters in every room, right? and you didn't think of. I mean, when you think, you're right, Behemoth, you just added to another level to. You're right. Oh my God, Behemoth, you're right. Not just holographic pets. You can have holographic vehicles. You can basically replace everything with holograms. If you can have a cadet walking around Starfleet, right, as a cadet, Min, don't play with that. Why can't you have a holographic car? Why can't you have at least on Earth? Why not? You're right. So the options for holograms, they're not even touching on it. I hate rescue missions. There are so many options you have with holograms, but you make an idiot. I mean, why? Seriously, why would you make a cadet who's a bumbling idiot when you can have a ship full of holographic crewmen? And I highly doubt most people would question it. Am I wrong? You have an entire ship of holograms, right? Most people in the world of Starfleet don't care about holograms. They're so used to holodecks. Wait, what? So I need to fully extend it before I can shoot it. Got it. I mean, even Data, where they're like, okay, is Data a person? Because they wanted basically to do experiments on Data. Right? So they're asking the question about, like I said, the episode Drumhead. I believe it was the episode of Drumhead. I say it's been a very long time, but my understanding is they wanted to do experiments on Data against his will. So they're like, is Data a real person or not? But the thing is, I don't think that same question would come into effect with holograms. Yes, Mimi? Hi, Mimi. Mimi? What's the matter, Mimi? Why do you always do that? You can come up. You don't need to. Mimi? Mimi? Yeah, Mimi? So, I want to know why they, I mean, are they going to, knowing them, do you think they're going to ever, like, I don't know, bring it up? Be like, yeah, back 500 years ago, we determined that holograms have the right to life or some nonsense? What? So okay, so if they come up with a rule, here's another question to ask about the whole hologram thing, which, of course, they're never going to have the imagination to come up with. Okay, here's another question, all right? Because, all right? If deleting holograms is the same thing as experimenting on Data and destroying Data, you're then saying that no holographic holodeck programs can ever be deleted. What happens if you delete a holodeck program? What happens if your holodeck suffers a virus and you didn't even have anything to do with it, but your entire holodeck library is wiped from existence? Are you considered now a mass killer? Let's not forget Quark's holodeck programs, which were a little bit more of the spicy nature. If you have a inappropriate relationship with a hologram on a holodeck, what if you have a hologram in a holodeck program of a girlfriend and she does not want to have relations with you? So you modify the program so she's willing. Is that considered grape now? I mean, holograms aren't even fully, I mean, unless the technology has changed. But, I mean, I'm just saying, right? So why don't we have Starfleet vessels fully manned? You can have the worst and most dangerous jobs given to holograms on your starship. You want me to believe the entire medical staff is on that starship Athena, girl boss, yeah, are all the holograms. So medicine has been replaced by holograms. You want me to not believe that Starfleet security has been replaced by holograms? You want me to believe that, medicine, the only reason I guess why their medicine sucks so much is because they are using holograms who have no innovative skills. Because you've relied on just AI to develop your medicine, and dumb AI at that, because Grok is smarter than that idiot cadet. By the way, I'm using my weapons a lot, primarily, and not my abilities, because I am leveling up all my guns and stuff to 30 so I can raise my mastery rank. So, yes, I know I'm not doing it the most efficient way possible. Seriously, people. Seriously. The amount of loopholes you can find in Starfleet Academy, the more you think about it. And that's not even the blatantly obvious ones. Yeah, but what if your fake Sydney Sweeney doesn't like you anymore? So you reprogram your fake Sydney Sweeney. Leave me and my fake Jin Sakai alone. Okay? With a southern accent. That doesn't even include the blatantly obvious stupidity of Starfleet Academy, like fat cadets. You want me to believe that they don't have a more future version of Ozempic? You notice there are no obese corpus. Even the board of directors of the corpus, like Frode Beck, right, is not obese. Really? Really, dude? I'm on your side. Oh, yeah? Back at ya, Habibi. I'm on your side, bro. Leave me and my fake corpus army of holograms. Just on top of that, okay, all right, here's another question. Star Trek, supposedly, other than Deep Space Nine with its gold press platinum, oh my god, my brain is freezing. It's been a while since I watched Deep Space Nine. Okay, all right, okay. There's no money, okay? You have holograms. You have unlimited, you can have whatever you want because there's no money. You want me to believe that nobody in the world of Star Trek went, I like Star Wars because it's a fictional story. Let's say if Star Wars existed in the world of Star Trek, it's because it's a story. You want me to believe that nobody went and said, I want to build a Death Star with crewed with holograms, and since there's no money in the world of Star Trek, you want me to believe if I were living in the world of Star Trek, I can't be like, well, I love the corpus from Warframe. I want to build a corpus pillar ship and crew it with holographic corpus. Well, that's expensive. Yes, but money doesn't exist. So you're telling me that I can't possibly build an entire ship? You want me to believe that nobody is trying to do ridiculously dumb things if money doesn't exist? Because I'm telling you, if you told me money wasn't an option, there is no money, and there are holograms, I'm going to be like, all right, well, fine then. I want a corpus pillar ship, and I want it decked out with with an entire army of corpus holograms.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
There are so many questions to be asked. Like, and the thing is, if you really wanted, you could make a good show based on Starfleet Academy. But the people making Star Trek are so dumb, they can't even do that. Because as somebody said, I remember somebody saying, Oh, they put Starfleet Academy on a starship because they didn't want to be stuck to a stationary location because it's hard to tell stories in a stationary location. You mean like Deep Space Nine? Because Deep Space Nine is phenomenal. I don't like this bow at all. You have to basically fully extend it before you shoot it. Hey, what's up? I was just talking medicine in Star Trek and the stupidity of the technology of Starfleet Academy and the mistakes and mishaps. I mean, I'm going to keep saying it, okay? I'm going to keep saying this, all right? I'm just going to keep saying this, okay? Why don't you have starships full of holograms? Your entire medical staff is made up, apparently, because there's a point where the EMH says that the holo emitters in the medical area are offline, so none of the holographic doctors work. So, I mean, there are so many questions you can ask about just that alone. Well, Starfleet, yes, I totally agree with you. I 100% agree with you. And the thing is, there are so many nitpicks that I keep coming up with. Okay, you don't have holographic pets. That alone, you have an idiot, bumbling idiot holographic cadet. Okay, but you don't have holographic pets. You don't have entire ships crewed by holograms because holograms, are not the same as androids. When Data came out with the Drumhead episode in Star Trek The Next Generation, Starfleet did not already have an army of androids fighting as slaves, right? Data was one of his kind. So when the case came up on the Drumhead about whether whether Data was an individual, they were talking about the potential future of if Data is found to not have rights, the potential future of creating armies of Data. They didn't already exist. When it comes to holograms, it's completely different. It's the reverse. If you were to bring up a court case where the EMH doctor sues for the right to be an individual, then it leads to a lot more questions. Like, what about the AI? What about the holograms on the holodeck? As I was just saying, if you delete a holodeck program, are you committing mass WW2 stuff? Are you a mass killer because you deleted a holodeck program? What happens if, because we know this could potentially happen on Voyager, the Doctor loses his ping holo emitter and he's gone? Okay? Holograms are less definite. They're less real in a sense than holograms, than androids. Any accident can lead to the ending of a hologram. On top of that, why do you have a bumbling idiot? Data did not go into Starfleet Academy as a complete and bumbling idiot when he went into Starfleet Academy. Okay? You have a complete and total bumbling idiot of a hologram. You can create complete entire ships run by holograms. And given the precedent with holodecks, it's not going to be treated the same way. So it would lead to a lot of questions. On top of that, you want me to believe it took 900 years? Again, I'm going to also point out, and I'm going to keep pointing this out, you want me to believe that the burn destroyed all the dilithium and you could not come up with an alternative to warp drive for 900 years, and your technology is more advanced than ours, and you could not come up with an alternative to dilithium and warp drive, even though the entire burn concept is moronic, you could not come up with in 900 years an alternative. Bare minimum, okay? Lower than light speed, but you put generational ships, or you put holograms on the ship and you send them out there to all the different planets. What, did subspace communication go down? The amount of holes in this is astonishing. As I said, you want me to also believe that no Ferengi was like, all right, like I said, holographic pets. What is the day you have your pet cat with you on a starship? There's always the risk that something will happen to your cat. On top of that, you have to clean it, you have to feed it, you have to clean its poop. Okay? Holographic cat. As you said, Vulcan student comes from Vulcan, wants to bring his pet Saylat Fluffykins, And he can't bring his Saylat Fluffykins to Starfleet Academy. Holographic Saylat. There are so many potentials with this, and you create a bumbling idiot hologram? You want me to believe that nobody went and said holographic dinosaurs? You want me to believe there's no theme park in the world of Starfleet and Star Trek? There's no holographic dinosaurs. The amount of potential with this is insane now. No holographic dinosaurs. You want me to believe in a world with no money, supposedly, that nobody, as I said, if I were living in the world of Star Trek, you want to know what I would do? Okay, fine. There's no money. I want my own Corpus pillar ship crewed by an army of Corpus holograms. There's no money. You can't be like, oh, well, Cat, it's too expensive. I thought there's no money. You want me to believe that people are all going to be that charitable? Human beings, the most realistic depiction of humans in a video game, given human nature, I'm going to say it, the Corpus from Warframe. We are all greedy by nature. You want me to believe that the only thing you've done with holograms is you have a colony of holograms? What happens if the holo emitters are damaged? Your entire colony gets wiped out? You want me to, what about, like I was just saying earlier, all right? You know about Quark and his holodeck programs, right? Quarks from Deep Space Nine. They tended to be spicy and a little bit on the I can't talk about on YouTube kind of things with the XXX, right? Right? Well, let's say, oh, I don't know, you have a date on the holodeck with a hologram. There's a Sydney Sweeney hologram, okay? But she doesn't want to, go with you. So what if you modify your Sydney Sweeney hologram so she loves you and wants you to, do the horizontal tango, okay? Right? Is that considered grape now? Because you modified the program of a hologram so that she wants to sleep with you. You opened so many cans of just so much. And then that's nothing like what I was saying about the medicine, because I was talking about the medicine earlier and how the medicine is completely moronic. The medicine of Starfleet Academy is exactly like what it was 1,000 years ago. Our medicine in the next couple of decades to century is going to be more advanced than Starfleet Academy. At least in the case of Warframe, we really don't see it. But we can make logical assumptions about the medicine of the Corpus in Warframe. We also can make assumptions about the Grineer medicine in Warframe. We don't see on the Corpus ships full sick bays. Why? Because they probably don't need anything that much. Because they have nanites, nanotechnology, organs that can grow again, all of that. Okay? The people making this show didn't spend more than 5 minutes going, let's make a show about Starfleet Academy and hey, let's throw in a holographic cadet. That's a moron. Let's throw in fat people. Let's the glasses one, because I got into an argument with somebody, and look, I'll admit I was wrong about Lodi from Destiny 2. Because I thought Lodi looked stupid with his glasses. And no, Lodi, turns out, comes from the past. Maybe he hasn't yet upgraded to not needing glasses anymore, but apparently this person took stupid to a whole new level, saying that, oh, so you're saying disabled people don't exist in the world of Destiny 2? No, they don't, you idiot! But apparently I'm ableist trash for pointing out that by the time of Destiny 2, nobody's going to be wearing glasses unless you're a time traveler from 1970. Oh, disabled people exist. We want our identities recognized. Muslims don't exist in the world of Warframe. Okay? You don't see me going, we exist. We want recognition in Warframe. Me. I want Corpus Muslims. Ooh. No, because I'm not stupid. The Corpus aren't Muslims, and there is no such thing as a Corpus Muslim. And Islam, probably Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and all the religions we know today don't exist in the world of Warframe. That's just the world it's in, okay? There are no Muslims in Warframe. I'm not going to be like, I want representation. No. We were like, actually, the religions of Warframe are pretty cool. I think the Corpus are ridiculously awesome. People keep forgetting that the Corpus is a religion. That's an important thing to keep in mind. The Corpus is a religion. That adds a different aspect to everything they do. When Viso talks to Alid V, he's not just talking to his boss and manager. He's talking to a religious leader to him, which is why it adds more to what Viso does. Because he's going up to the Pope, well, not the Pope, but maybe one of the archbishops, and saying, no. Someone that Viso has been raised to basically worship. And he says this is wrong. That's what adds more to what Viso did. But Viso isn't Muslim, and I'm not stupid. But no, some whiny-ass little, Destiny 2 player who isn't a real Destiny. Honestly, these people, they brought in the wrong audience to Destiny 2. It was like, your Able is garbage. Yeah, I'm proud of it then, honey. Because she's like, I have a vision problem that doesn't have a cure today, and I exist. Okay, Habibti, you want me to believe in the world of Destiny? Your vision problem hasn't been cured yet? My uncle does the vision surgeries. Okay? So you can be like, you don't understand anything. My uncle does the surgeries to repair vision. Okay? So even if your medical condition that's causing you problems with your vision right now doesn't have a cure right now, you want me to believe hundreds of years in the future there's not going to be a cure? No. So you want me to believe in the world of Star Trek in the 30th century, they're wearing glasses when most people could eliminate the need for glasses now? Are you stupid? And deafness? You want me to believe that hasn't been cured either? There is, or wheelchairs? None of this stuff exists. But that's why one of my biggest pet peeves, and I've said this is medical stupidity. I'm not even pre-med anymore. I'm not even in medical school. I didn't even study medicine. I was pre-med for years. But I can look at something that is so blatantly, obviously stupid and be like, that is dumb. Girl in wheelchair on Starfleet Academy? Okay, even if somehow they haven't cured it, okay, and this person needs a wheelchair, you want me to believe they're going to be on a starship? No. With wheels. The wheelchair has wheels. Starfleet Academy Cadet Susan faces her biggest challenge yet. Stairs. Boom, boom, boom. The wheelchair cadet has to go up against her biggest challenge of all. Stairs. And there's no handicap ramp on the Starship Enterprise. The horror! You want me to believe that that they live in a world where nobody tells them no, but they don't understand that in reality, people are going to tell them no. You can't do that. Cadet Susan must now face the ultimate challenge. She broke her glasses. How will they face the battle against the Romulans when the captain can't see the view screen because she broke her glasses? I mean, I want people to correct me and tell me that. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Like, just bare minimum. You don't have holographic pets. You want me to believe that 900 years after the Doctor in Voyager, and you do not have the bare simple pets, holographic pets. You do not have holographic pets. You do not think some entrepreneurial Ferengi went, humans love small, fluffy animals. Let's make holographic, and we can program it so you can have it. So, for example, where's Min Min right now? Where's my sweet, dear, cute little Min Min? Min Min's over there. Min Min doesn't want to sit with me. Now, she's busy in her own space right now. Min Min doesn't do everything I want Min Min to do, right? So do you not think that they would program holographic cats that come to when they hear their name, that are more affectionate than real cats? That dogs that aren't that correct behaviors you don't want in your pet. This whole thing is idiotic. So it's not just the more superficial fat cadet. Which again, you want me to believe there's no modernized, updated Ozempic. There's no updated Ozempic. You want me to believe that... You notice there's no, I said, there's no fat corpus. Even the board of directors of the corpus are not fat. And they have all the money in the origins and stuff. You want me to believe that Frode Beck goes hungry? You want me to, I mean, I think the only fat is Grendel, because Grendel, isn't it Grendel? My brain is freezing on it right now. The one warframe that eats anything that moves, so of course he's fat. I do not like this bow, it's pissing me off. I'm not used to a bow that you have to fully... I don't use bows often, but they don't... This one, it's like every time. And yes, I know, I'm not using my abilities because I'm trying to level everything up, so I'm using the gun. So, it's like, these are the points that nobody is even bringing up, where they're like, the show is stupid. The show is so stupid. The show is so moronically stupid. And apparently if you think it's stupid, you are a horrible, racist, sexist bigot. Fine. I don't care. I really don't. Nobody cares anymore. Nobody cares. You can call me whatever you want at this point. Nobody cares. Your words have no meaning at this point. I used to love, I said, my favorite Star Trek series is Deep Space Nine. So my history of Star Trek is this. Okay. I was home alone one evening, and Star Trek 4 came on the television. Okay, you know, it was old at the time, and I watched Star Trek 4. Before that, I had never heard of Star Trek, and I became ridiculously curious. Because if you watch Star Trek 4 without watching 2 and 3, 4 makes no sense. Okay? I mean, the story itself, but like, you're like, okay, who are these people? Why are they doing what they're doing? All of that. What's going on? So I watched Star Trek 4. Okay? And then I went to a bookstore, because I used to always go to the bookstores, right? And I found Star Trek 4, the novel, because I couldn't find the movies. There was nowhere, you know, it just before streaming was as ridiculously popular as it is now, okay? So I couldn't find Star Trek. So I went to a bookstore, and I, by chance, came across the novelization for Star Trek 4. Star Trek 3, Star Trek 2, I came across all the novels for the movie. Now, I didn't know there was a TV series at the time, because, you know, there are a lot of movies out there, right, that aren't based on TV shows. You know, you don't see a movie and automatically assume there's a TV show, right? So I'm like, okay, this is cool. I'm loving these movies, okay? I read the novelizations before I watched most of them, okay? I read most of the novels for the Star Trek movies before I ever watched the movies, okay? Then I discovered the Star Trek novels, mostly the original series, okay? I fell in love with Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, not through the TV show, but through the novels. I'm one of those people who has the reverse experience. You know how they say the book is always better than the movie? Well, for me, that is 100% true. Because I love the dynamic between Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. McCoy is one of my favorite characters. Spock is one of my favorite characters. I agree, it's the bookend of good Star Trek. So the thing is, okay, I fell in love with Star Trek through the novels. I didn't even know for almost a year at least that there was a TV show. Then one day I came across a book at the bookstore called the Guide to the Enterprise or something, where it's a book talking about the different episodes of Star Trek, the original series. So there's a book explaining, and I'm like, wait a minute, there's a TV show? And then I found out there was more than one TV show. I was like, wait a minute, there are TV shows about Star Trek? Because I had read novel after novel after novel after novel, and I will be honest, the original series TV show was a disappointment to me. Because the books are so, books always add so much more depth to them. And they're a lot longer and they can do so much more. I mean, I felt one of my favorites was Shadows on the Sun, which was all about McCoy. Sarek was another great one. There's so many novels based on Star Trek. So for me, Star Trek, the original series, the TV show, even though it came out first, for me, it's the TV show is worse than the book. The book is always better. I read the episodes, the novelizations of the episodes. There was an entire 3-book series with all of the episodes as short stories. Okay? And there are differences between them. Minor differences, but there are differences. Then I never watched all of The Next Generation. I was never a fan of Picard. I didn't like Picard. I found him, I don't know, something about Picard annoyed me. But I loved Deep Space Nine and I loved Voyager. And I did eventually fall in love with Enterprise. And I know it's the worst of the series, but I even liked Enterprise. As the more you watch it, the later you get, the better it starts to grow on itself. Right? So I'm not watching Discovery. I thought Lower Decks was a parody. I didn't think Lower Decks was meant to be taken seriously. I didn't think Lower Decks was meant to be viewed in the same way as Deep Space Nine or The Next Generation or any of that. I thought it was a joke, a spin-off, and a parody. Okay, because it's a cartoon. So I'm very angry to find out, no, it's not just a parody cartoon that's meant to be taken as a joke. I'm not watching Discovery because I'm not going to watch a show where they change Spock because for their reasons. I'm not watching their stupid garbage show where they don't even understand what makes Star Trek Star Trek. I'm not watching whatever the Section 31 is where they don't even understand that because that was still more to it than they gave it. I don't know. I'm not watching any of it. Okay? The only thing I like about the new movies, which I hope they decanonize, I want them to bring back Romulus because to me, destroying Romulus the way they did was stupid and made absolutely no sense. I like the Romulans. I have Andreas Katsoulis. You know the guy who played, what's his name, on Babylon 5? He played Commander Tomalak. And I have his autograph. Okay? I loved the Romulans. Like me with the Corpus, I love the Romulans. I love just how different they are and how they and you want me to watch a show that is so full of plot holes and just plain stupid. That completely it takes away. I mean, just the fact that you have some of the dumbest people ever in Starfleet. No, just the fact that you want me to believe that all of the you know what? Let's look it up. I want to know what the hell the burn was because honestly, my understanding is the burn. Okay, the burn in Star Trek was a massive galaxy-wide catastrophe in the year 3069, where almost all dilithium crystals simultaneously became inert, causing warp cores to explode, destroying countless ships, killing millions, and devastating the United Federation of Planets, leading to a galactic dark age where warp travel became rare and dangerous. What the hell is that? Okay, the cause of the burn. A unique Kelpian child, Sukal, exposed to natural... What the... Wait, so they weren't making it up? Some kid... That is retarded. I'm not even going to say I'm sorry. Okay. The cause of the burn. A unique Kelpian child, Sukhal, exposed to natural dilithium as an infant, developed a psychic link. His overwhelming grief after his mother's death triggered a subspace wave that affected all active dilithium? Who wrote this garbage? So somebody exposed to natural dilithium as a child had a temper tantrum and destroyed all active dilithium. I thought the burn was stupid, but now the more I find out about the burn, the dumber it is. It's dumber than what destroyed Romulus. And honestly, what destroyed Romulus was stupid as well. The effect of the burn. Active dilithium crystals in warp cores became useless, like coal, leading to catastrophic warp core breaches and ship explosions. Because a child experienced overwhelming grief at the death of his mother. Are you kidding me? I don't even think Q could do that. But at least Q was Q. What? The impact, the event crippled interstellar travel, caused the Federation's membership to plummet, and plunged the galaxy into chaos, making warp travel a luxury and fueling conflict. It doesn't even matter. This is dumb. This is really, really dumb. This is moronically stupid. This is so idiotic. Who thought this was a good idea? Who in their right mind thought this was smart? You are all idiots. Everybody in Hollywood working on Star Trek should be fired. You're all morons. Nobody went there and said, this is dumb. No. What are you doing, Min Min? My cat has more intelligence. This thing, she's pawing at me. What are you doing, Min Min? Let go, Min Min. Min. What are you doing, Min Min? What are you doing, Min Min? What are you doing? Okay. Yeah? Somebody explain this to me. No, seriously. This is so dumb. I'm at a loss for words. I'm just gonna burn in. All right. No. Do you remember? Okay. There was an episode of the original series that broke for me season 3 of the original series. As I said, I didn't even know the TV series existed until about a year after I started reading the books. Okay? I still think the books are better. I might go back to start reading some more Star Trek books again because I would love to reread some of them. Fortunately, I was going through a rough time and I ended up selling them all because it's a long story. It was about it's a long time ago. It's a long story. Okay? All right. Spock's brain was one of the dumbest episodes of Star Trek ever created, where Spock's brain was removed from his body to run a colony or something. I can't even remember all of the details, but it was stupid. Okay? Spock's brain makes more sense than this. For the love of God, somebody explain this to me. Why? What the hell is this? A unique Kelpian child, Sukal, exposed to natural dilithium as an infant, developed a psychic link. His overwhelming grief after his mother's death triggered a subspace wave that affected all active dilithium. First of all, don't Romulan ships not even use warp? One sec. I thought Romulan ships don't even use dilithium. I thought they create a natural... Romulan ships use dilithium. Let's find out. No, okay, so why didn't the Romulan Empire conquer humanity? No, large Romulan ships like warbirds do not use dilithium for primary propulsion. So, you want me to believe that for 100 years humans did not have subspace warp drive and no dilithium and the Romulans didn't come in with their spaceships, their warbirds, and wipe out the Federation? Why aren't we speaking Romulan? Why aren't we speaking Romulan? Okay, seriously, people. I'm posting this on Twitter because okay. So, the Federation lost warp after the burn. Romulan warbirds don't use dilithium. Why isn't everyone speaking Romulan? Why is there a Starfleet Academy at all? We should... For real! Seriously, people! First of all, okay, so you want me to believe... Okay. Humans know how Romulan ships work, okay? Because I remember there was an episode of The Next Generation where they talk about Romulan warbirds and how they use, what is it? It says here, it's like they use, an artificial quantum singularity. Yes. There was an episode of the Star Trek The Next Generation where the fact that Romulan warbirds use artificial quantum singularities. So the Federation knows how Romulan warbirds work. So the moment this moronically stupid burn happened, you didn't start looking into how... You know how Romulan ships work. You didn't duplicate Romulan technology. You didn't use artificial quantum singularities. You want me to believe that after you lost use of dilithium, you sat around on your butts going, Suka lost his mommy. You didn't think maybe we should watch out because there are tons of people out there who would like to wipe us out like the Romulans? You don't think in 100 years the Romulans didn't go, interesting. Maybe we should take advantage of this? God. Seriously, people. No one thought, okay, at least humans and Klingons get along. But honestly, if you, okay, let's find, what about the Klingons? I don't think Klingon ships use dilithium either. Klingon ships use dilithium. Okay? So no, Klingon ships use dilithium. You want me to believe that the Romulans, the only ones left with warp capability ships, did not go in and conquer the Klingons and the Federation like that? Oh my God. Like, I figured this out. I remember, I didn't even watch all of The Next Generation, and I remember. Let's see, what Next Generation episode does it mention how Romulan ships work? So, in Timescape, Counselor Troy uses her knowledge of Romulan engines gained in face of the enemy to understand a malfunctioning ship. In the next phase, LaForge discovers that Romulans are experimenting with technology that allows them to move through normal matter. But we've known, okay? You're telling me this oh my God. This alone, how much does each episode of Starfleet Academy cost? Okay. Okay. Based on reports surrounding its production, the first few episodes of Star Trek Starfleet Academy are rumored to cost $20 million each! $20 million! $20 million. $20 million an episode. $20 million. Okay. You know what? Let me just... Okay. How much did each episode of Deep Space Nine cost, counting for inflation? Okay. Okay. Based on production estimates from the 1990s, Star Trek Deep Space Nine episodes generally cost between $1.5 million and $2 million unadjusted in the 1990s. Okay? Some estimates place the average inflation-adjusted cost per episode over the entire series at over $5 million. So basically, it cost about $5 million to make an episode of Deep Space Nine. And it was more expensive than others. And with the advancements of technology, it would probably cost $5 million to make an episode of Deep Space Nine. $20 million an episode. You people, flat out, okay? The people making Star Trek are stupid. They are stupid. They are dumb. They are by far the dumbest people on the planet. They should not be making children's coloring books, let alone a $20 million per episode show. You people in Hollywood are stupid. All of you. Every single one of you is stupid. Okay? You can't write anything. Okay? You are dumb. You are remarkably dumb. You are so remarkably stupid, there are no words to describe you. It isn't just that this show is an insult to anything and everything Star Trek. This is an insult to common sense. This is garbage. You didn't even look into the history of Star Trek. Who came up with the burn? The burn alone is the most moronically stupid thing I have ever heard. That is like saying that, I don't know, an infant was exposed to nuclear power, whatever it creates, the element that I can't even think of it right now. And somehow because mommy died and they had a temper tantrum, all nuclear power suddenly doesn't work in the galaxy. The burn alone is idiotic. But then, fine, you don't have warp drive. You forgot that the Romulans don't use dilithium? You didn't think for a moment that anybody, and I have no doubt there are other species who also don't use dilithium, wouldn't have gone after Earth? You didn't think, okay, we can't use our warp drive. We know how Romulan ships work. We can create Romulan technology. They know how Romulan ships work. And you want me to believe that you spent a century going, the burn just destroyed all of the dilithium. So we're just going to sit on our fat asses and do nothing. Oh my God. You people are dumb. How have we... Oh my god. This is dumb on a monumental level. I'm no expert writer, but my stupid corpus short stories made more sense than this. I mean, this is bigger than, oh, we have fat cadets and we have glasses. This is, the entire concept of the burn was moronic. You want to write about Star Trek? It took me 2 seconds. It took me 2 seconds to figure it out. Okay, let's try. You know what? Let's go to Grok here. Okay. Someone just asked me, let's. But this is... Alright, let's go to Grok, alright? Let's look at Grok, alright. Okay, let's Grok, okay. Let's look at Grok, okay. Yes, Min Min. We're busy here, Min Min. Okay, ignore the show Starfleet Academy. And given what we know about the ships and various powers of the world of Star Trek, if the Federation were to lose the ability to lose all warp capabilities, what would be a believable outcome? A believable... Let me remind... Min! You're not having food right now. Take in mind the Romulans don't use dilithium. And this loss of warp is due to a loss of dilithium from the burn. Okay. Let's see what... Okay. Let's see what... Because I know that Grok will forget things. That's why I added the Romulan part. Because I know they would forget to add that. But let's see. Okay? She does not get to eat for another 2 hours. I think she wants me to play with her. I think she does want attention. Because she's used to me spending more time with her. But, okay. Oh, on top of that, you want to know who else doesn't need dilithium? I forgot. Grok has reminded me. The Borg. Okay. The Borg. Okay. Okay. How are... They forgot about this, okay? How do Borg ships move faster than light? Okay. Okay. So the Borg don't use dilithium either. Why haven't... Okay. Borg ships achieve faster than light speeds primarily through transwarp conduits. Wait. No, let me fix that. Do Borg ships use dilithium? That's better. No, they don't. Borg ships typically do not rely on traditional dilithium-based warp drive systems. Congratulations, Federation. You're either being conquered by the Borg or the Romulans. There's no Starfleet Academy. You are in the Romulan Imperial military now. And because you're human and not Romulan, you're probably going to be treated as subservient, lower, second-class citizens, but you will be enslaved to the Romulans. You are now Romulans or Borg. I hate these people so much. Okay, so let's see what Grok has to say. In the Star Trek universe, the loss of warp capabilities due to a dilithium crisis like the burn, where dilithium suddenly becomes inert or detonates in active warp cores, would fundamentally destabilize the United Federation of Planets. Federation starships rely on dilithium to regulate matter-antimatter reactions in their warp engines, enabling faster-than-light travel. Without it, warp drive fails catastrophically, as seen in scenarios where active cores explode, causing massive casualties and ship losses. Assuming Romulans remain unaffected, since their warp systems use artificial quantum singularities as a power source, by bypassing dilithium dependency, here's a believable progression of outcomes based on established lore about interstellar politics, taxa, technology, and logistics. Okay. Immediate aftermath, days to weeks, catastrophic losses. Any Federation vessels with an active warp core would likely detonate, similar to a chain reaction across the fleet. This could wipe out a significant portion of Starfleet, potentially 50 to 80% of ships, based on the scale of Federation operations, along with civilian transports, exploratory vessels, and colony supply lines. Billions could die in the initial explosions, especially on densely populated routes or during fleet maneuvers. Communication breakdown. Subspace communications, which operate independently of warp drive, would still function for real-time messaging across light years, allowing some coordination. Okay, so yes, subspace communication would work. However, without faster-than-light travel, physical responses to crisis, like sending aid or reinforcements, becomes impossible in practical timescales. Isolated outposts or ships at impulse speed might take years to reach help. Panic and resource scarcity. Okay, dilithium stockpiles would be hoarded or fought over. Worlds dependent on imported food, medicine, or technology would face immediate shortages, leading to rationing, riots, or societal collapse on vulnerable colonies. Wait, let me add. They didn't include the Borg, so let me ask: how would this change with the Borg? But short-term consequences. Okay. Federation fragmentation. The UFP spans thousands of light years, held together by rapid warp travel for diplomacy. Let me see if there's a summary. Overall, the Federation's collapse wouldn't be total annihilation, but a slow unraveling into a multipolar galaxy with Romulans poised to fill the power vacuum. This mirrors historical parallels like the fall of empires due to lost trade routes. Let's add in the Borg. Basically, why don't you speak Romulan? Basically, no. None of what is... No, I mean, seriously. You want me... Seriously. Even if my understanding is, I don't think the Borg are a threat by... Wait, are the Borg a threat by... A threat in the 31st century? The Romulans definitely are. Wait. So... According to this, based on Star Trek canon, the Borg are likely not a major threat by the 31st or 32nd century, having been reduced to a shadow or suffering terminal decline due to crippling defeats in the late 24th, early 25th. You want me to believe that they didn't build it back in that time period in secret, okay? You want me to believe that the Borg have not, since the 24th century, built back. You want me to believe that the moment the burn happened, not every single power in the galaxy that does not rely on dilithium did not jump on the Federation. Seriously, do you want me to believe that the are the Romulans? Oh, this is retarded. So you want me to believe, according to this, that the Romulans and the Vulcans reunited after the burn? You want me to believe that the Romulans didn't go, oh, the Federation has no warp drive, let's crush them under our boot like bugs. Oh my God. You people are dumb. These people are so dumb. I'm done. The burn is idiotic. And anybody who did not tell them, I mean, nobody went up to the person who came up with the burn and said, this is stupid. Because I don't understand it. You're telling me that because a Kelpin child was exposed to natural dilithium and his mommy died, it caused a subspace wave that affected all active dilithium? Somebody, tell me, please, I am begging you guys, for the love, tell me I am wrong. I am begging somebody for the, please, I am begging you to tell me that I am wrong. Please, tell me I am wrong. Please, tell me I'm wrong. Please, tell me I'm wrong. Anybody, tell me I'm wrong. Somebody, I am begging you. I am begging you guys. I'm gonna. Tell me it's a joke. I'm begging you. Tell me it's a joke because I need this. I need this right now. Okay, I need this. I need this. This is why Warframe is my cozy game. I hate all of them. I hate all of them. I hate them all. I hate the people who make Star Trek, Star Wars, Halo, Destiny 2. I hate all of you. I think I'm done. You managed to impress me with levels of mindless stupid that I didn't even know was possible. I don't think there exists anything dumber than the burn. Everyone is talking about tell me. I hate you all. Well, not you guys. I hate everyone involved in Hollywood. I hate all of you. I hate everyone involved in Star Trek. I hate everyone involved in Star Wars. I hate all of you. Halo. What else? I hate all of you so much. You make millions of dollars destroying things. Warhammer 40K, there have never been female custodians, you stupid morons. I hate you all. You make millions and you show less reverence to people who do it for free. Just when I did not think it could possibly get dumber. I'd watched Az's video talking about it. You people are dumb. All of them. Is there anything left? Nothing that is created in this last decade is going to survive. Oh yeah, I forgot about Assassin's Creed and Terminator and Dragon Age and Call of Duty. Oh, and Marvel and DC. I hate all of them. I don't... Oh, and Harry Potter. Because you know what? I'm going to say something about Hogwarts Legacy that... I've said this from day one, all right? Okay? I've said this from day one. Do I like Hogwarts Legacy? Yes. Because the world itself is great. I mean the buildings and the setting. I don't mean the people. I don't mean the story. I mean the setting. Okay? Okay? I liked running around Hogwarts Legacy because the game is like the book coming to life. Again, I don't mean the people and I don't mean the story. I have said this from day one that the game is so ridiculously woke and stupid when it comes to a lot of other issues. All right? I've already said, even lesbians have agreed with me, where the lesbian couple in Hogwarts Legacy makes no sense. The game takes place in 1890, okay? You want me to believe that you go up to a woman in Hogsmeade, and she comes up to you and says, yeah, I can't find my wife in 1890. And you want me to believe that everyone's like, oh, they're two separate worlds. They're a lot closer than people give them credit for. Okay? They're a lot closer than people give them credit. Keep in mind, it's not like, you know how you have Orthodox Jews living basically by themselves, or the Amish? But even the Amish are aware of what's going on outside of the world of the Amish. They interact with and know what's going on. You want me to believe that a woman is not afraid to, in the world of Hogsmeade, say, yeah, that's my wife. Even the world of Hogwarts is still based on Judeo-Christian beliefs, okay? And on top of that, how do you know that my character in Hogwarts Legacy isn't the son of a Anglican priest, because they can get married, who goes running home to daddy and says, sin, they're breaking the law, okay? You want me to believe that there's more diversity, okay? There's more diversity in 1890 England than not in 1890, than in 1990 England. Okay. On top of that, all of the girls look like children. They look like little boys. Even the older teenagers who should have some level. There's one professor in Hogwarts Legacy. You look at her, she looks like a child. She has nothing up top. She looks like a child. Okay. But the trans character does, which again doesn't make sense for in the world of Harry Potter. Okay. You want me to believe that? No. On top of that, you are kind of very insulting, because by saying you have so much diversity in the world of Hogwarts, you're saying that all the other magic schools in the rest of the world suck. Because everyone is sending their diverse child to Hogwarts instead of their local magic school. So I said this from day one. I've said it over and over. The game is ridiculously woke. The main reason, hey, Nervous Noodles, what's up? The only reason it got, because a lot of the wokies didn't like it, so the anti-woke was like, yeah, we're going to promote it. But I've said, the diversity in the game is ridiculous. The LGBT references in the game are ridiculous. The world makes, all of it makes no sense, okay? But the game itself looks phenomenal. It feels like you are walking around in the books, which is why I liked Hogwarts Legacy. I haven't beaten it yet, but one of the fun things is the maps itself, the game itself, it's more faithful and loyal to the books than even the movies. Because it's not based on the movies. It's based on the books. And you can tell that the people who made it loved the books. But they idealized it into their woke utopia, where, again, I literally have had lesbians who said the same thing. They're like, there's no one in 1890, Hogwarts or otherwise, who would say, that's my wife. And there are ways of hinting at the fact that she's a lesbian without flat out saying it. But these people are too dumb. Be like, yeah, she's my roommate. I wonder why. You don't need to flat out say it to have a gay couple in the game. Oh, and don't even get me started about the Chronicles of Narnia, all right? Look. I'm not stupid, okay? I've read the Chronicles of Narnia, the entire series, at least twice. I know they are Christian books. I like reading them because they are Christian. It shows me a different way. You know, it's interesting to see a Christian story. I don't have a problem with it. So one person was like, the Chronicles of Narnia are Islamophobic. No, they're not. They are not meant to be. They are a Christian story. If you're going to create a movie about the Chronicles of Narnia and you race swap Aslan and you don't realize that Aslan is Jesus, are you stupid? Even I knew from the first time I read them as a child that Aslan was meant to represent Jesus. And then at the end, you find out he's literally meant to be Jesus in a different world. And you come along and you're like, I'm going to make Aslan a woman to piss off the Christians. Dude, you're going to piss off me as well. I'm not a Christian. But if you're going to tell a Christian story, do it correctly. I liked the movie, the first Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe movie they made years ago. I also watched the BBC production of it. If you're going to act like anybody who isn't a Christian is going to get butthurt and offended because there's a Christian movie, all of the little people getting offended need to grow a backbone. If something is made that doesn't represent you, don't act like a child and be like, well, they need to represent me. No, they don't. Oh my God, they're making a movie based on something Christian and they don't have me in it. Oh no, oh my God, the world is ending. Make it make sense. No. You're all a bunch of spoiled brats who expect the entire world to rotate around you. Next, you'll say there's no LGBT representation in the Chronicles of Narnia. How dare... No, there shouldn't be. And if you can't accept that, then don't watch it. But grow up. You're all a bunch of children. There are no Muslims in Chronicles of Narnia. You don't see me crying and whining about it. Grow up. You're not meant to be in everything. Not everything is for you. They have ruined everything. This burn thing is the most, by far, I think the burn is one of the dumbest things I have by far ever seen. This is dumb on a level that shows me just dumb. It isn't even like you don't understand the world of Star Trek. It is dumb. You want me to believe that by the 31st century, after the burn, the Romulans were like, okay, we're just going to join with the Vulcans and be part of the Federation because, no, the Romulans would still have warp drive and would be crushing your asses. You would all be speaking Romulan. I'm done. I can't believe this. It's so, I hate these people so much. Oh yeah, and Rings of Power, so they destroy the Lord of the Rings. By the way, there is no LGBT representation in the Lord of the Rings either, because, shocker, J.R.R. Tolkien was a Christian. Okay? And if it hurts your fifis, then you need to grow a spine. There are no Muslims in the Lord of the Rings either. Just like, apparently... Am I supposed to get butthurt because Parvos Granum had his hand chopped off for stealing Rubido? Oh my God! They said mean things and based it. No, actually, I think it's pretty cool. You were thinking? I think it's pretty cool. And by the way, Parvos Granum is a badass who's just total badass of badasses. Dude is awesome. They are destroying everything. I don't understand it. Like, are they... The thing is, and I'm going to talk about, you know what? I'm going to talk about I'm going to tell you about I've said this before, but let's talk fan fiction. These people really cared about representation. They wouldn't be. I completely agree with you. I've said this before about Assassin's Creed, okay? I don't like the fact that they made Assassin's Creed Shadows. What I would have loved was an Assassin's Creed game that takes place in sub-Saharan Africa without any involvement of slavery or whites or any of that. A game that genuinely covers sub-Saharan Africa but makes it cool. Instead, you made a game, Assassin's Creed game, and you wanted a black main character, and you couldn't make a game. You didn't make the effort to learn about making an accurate, well-made game in sub-Saharan Africa. That's why I said, what's his name? Hypnotic changed his mind about Tales of Kanzara Zhao. And I like Tales of Kanzara Zhao because it's a good game that's telling an African story, and it's interesting to learn about a culture I know nothing about. It's fascinating because my family is in North Africa. Make something good. No, you're too lazy. You're just piggybacking off of something else. Your stupid story, you're taking the fame of Star Trek. You can't. The thing is, okay, I think a lot of the people getting involved are the fan fiction writers. I think the fan fiction writers have pushed and pushed and pushed and gotten into the mainstream. See, I've said this before. I used to read fan fiction, okay? But not like you think, all right? Let's be clear. I don't want anyone to think I'm going on there reading /fan fiction. I used to read, like I said, the Star Trek novels. But I would run out of Star Trek novels because I read them all and it would be it would take a while for a new one to come out. So I would read Star Trek novels. And when I would run out, I would go online looking for fan fiction. And the thing is, when I used to read fan fiction, it was there was some really good stuff. The majority of it was still not /, but the majority of it was /. But out of every 100 stories, you would find 2 or 3 that were very good. Where the person who wrote it, that's why I don't dismiss all fan fiction. And it has nothing to do with me. I have read good fan fiction. It's rare, but it exists. I remember one story that I thought was really cute, that was well done, where it was about how they go down to a planet and Spock ends up falling in like a bear trap and McCoy has to save him dressed as a witch doctor, which is meant to be a joke because Spock is always calling him like a witch doctor and stuff like that. It was very funny and it kept in character. Every now and then, way back when I used to, like 10 years ago, or maybe even longer than 10 years ago, when I actually used to read Star Trek fan fiction, you would have to dig through garbage to find the good stuff. And I started to notice back then, this was about 10 years ago, that there was a lot of stories where people would combine Kirk and Spock. And I couldn't understand why, because I knew Star Trek. I knew that putting Kirk and Spock as a couple makes no sense. And I don't understand why so many people were doing it. So I by chance found an article in The Atlantic where they were talking with people who write fan fiction. And now, of course, these same people would probably call themselves non-binary, trans, queer, polyamorous, or whatever the hell else. They're crazy wild. But back then, before all of this nonsense and insanity came up, there were straight women. Straight women write gay fanfic. They said the majority by far, because there's a woman, I think it was Helen Joyce, one of the people involved in either Jen Speck, who was talking to the same people who write fan fiction. And she showed these / stories to actual gay men. And the gay men found them hilarious because they said the way women write about gay men is unrealistic and unbelievable. So all of this / fiction between Kirk and Spock She showed some of it to actual gay men because she was talking about it. It's interesting how a lot of the girls who think they're boys are really into fan fiction and slash fan fiction. And when you watch them behave, a lot of the girls who think they're boys behave like fan fiction. They call themselves gay men, and they behave exactly like the gay in fan fiction, not real. And the reason I found it really interesting is because I saw that recently, like I said. I can't remember who it was with, Helen Joyce or one of the other people involved in the whole Jen Speck, or were saying she showed these crazy stories. Yes, that's what a Mary Sue is. A Mary Sue is the thing is not just Mary Sue's. Now, the Mary Sue's is completely different than this. This is the slash fiction, okay, where the idea was they would pair male characters that don't make sense. And their understanding of two men being in a relationship was not realistic or believable. It was written by straight women, okay? And I saw it with one of the voice actor, right? The voice actor, I followed her on Twitter, and her entire Twitter profile, I knew she was female the moment I read the profile. When I looked up the voice actor, right? This was years when I first looked up the voice actor, because I looked up a bunch of voice actors from Warframe and other shows. And when I looked this person up, I thought it was odd. I thought I'd found the wrong person because the character is male. And so I'm like, wait a minute, this woman voiced this obviously male character. Then I found out she's on testosterone. So I'm reading the profile, right? You know, you look someone up, I'm looking at some of their posts, and I'm like, my God, this person is more feminine than I am. And there is stuff that comes across, again, like the fan fiction, the slash fan fiction. They're living slash fan fiction. They're living fake gay relationships because it's women with women who don't understand. As I said, it's fascinating. It's really, really fascinating when you look at the fan fiction and the whole thing. As I said, I'm not saying anything myself. This is nothing that I've observed it, but then I hear other people saying what I was thinking. And this person, like I said, is involved in Jen Speck. And she's like, she showed these stories to actual gay men. And they laughed at it. They said this is completely unrealistic. Okay? So all those slash stories between Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter, Spock and Kirk, Remus Lupin, because when you're looking through fan fiction trying to find, oftentimes it's labeled, so you know what to avoid. So I knew if you saw a K/S to avoid it, because I did not want to read about Kirk and Spock together, because I knew it made no sense. Kirk isn't gay and Spock isn't gay, and pairing them together doesn't make sense. Or Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, or Remus Lupin and Sirius Black. But you know they exist because you read them as you're trying to ignore it. You have to know that the labels, okay? And once or twice, yes, people don't put the labels, so you start reading and you go, no. And then you realize exactly what it is because they didn't put a label on it to warn people that this is Kirk and Spock. Which is one of the reasons why I have a lot of problems with this taking seriously the women who call themselves men, because they don't come across as even trying. Their idea of what it means is completely wrong, and it's all in the fan fiction they write. And the thing with fan fiction is I didn't have a problem with fan fiction, with stupid, idiotic relationships that don't make sense, because we made fun of them. We put them in a corner of the internet where they all supported each other and created their own thing. You want to write a story about Kirk and Spock together? I don't have to read it. It doesn't exist in reality. No one takes it seriously because we all know it isn't true. The problem is a lot of the people that they're now hiring to write, because they're pushing for more women in these fields, which is why I have a problem with hiring women to write for genres that doesn't make sense. The guy who wrote Osiris and Saint 14, and this is a guy in this case, was basing it on his fan fiction. His dreams of Osiris and Saint 14. Why did you hire this? Oh, because he's gay? You're hiring fan fiction writers and bad fan fiction writers. I've shown this this thing I found on Reddit that was phenomenal. It was a comic, right, about the corpus. Now, this person, I would not have a problem with DE writing for them. Okay? I can't find it right now. But there was a comic that someone created where they took the aesthetic of the corpus, the way of life of the corpus, and they basically had the story of two kids growing up in the corpus, right? And the thing is, one of the things I have a problem with when people think about the corpus is we look at the corpus from the outside and we assume that they are miserable, that they are oppressed. But the thing is, most of the corpus grew up in the corpus. That's all they know. So like when I write about the corpus, I don't write about the miserable. They're proud to be a part of the corpus. They're happy being a part of the corpus. It's all they've ever known, and they are proud of it. The corpus unites them with a single purpose. Even their greed to them is understandable. If you ask a corpus about why they demand their money and their profit and they want profit, it's because they've earned it. In their view, it's like, I deserve to be paid for what I do. And so every one of the corpus isn't so when you write about the corpus, you don't write about them from our perspective. You need to look at the world through the eyes of the corpus. And this person did a really good job. It was really good. Well done. Story. So that's why I keep saying I have seen well done stories, okay, about the corpus. I've seen well done fan fiction. It's rare, and it's become rarer and more rare. And the thing is, again, that's why you need to hire people who respect the property, respect what you're writing, and aren't creating self-inserts or fan fiction that completely ignores the lore and the story. Spock and Kirk, I can't believe that people were seriously talking about pairing Spock and Kirk. If you know anything about Spock and Kirk, you know that doesn't make sense. And in fact, it takes away from the relationship between Spock and Kirk. They were friends. And making them into a couple removes and changes that. You can have gay relationships done well, but these people can't even do that right anymore. Because they're all token gay characters. It's the same thing with Osiris and Saint 14. You know, these characters barely knew each other. They changed it slightly in the comic books where they were friends who had a falling out over the speaker. But to then turn them into a couple? Because of someone's fan fiction? That's the problem. We need to relegate fan fiction. I said that's the problem. I said, and I'm trying not to even I'm not even including myself because I've made mistakes and I need to do better at writing about the corpus from Warframe. And I have a lot of respect for the property, right? Every mistake I make, I realize I need to make changes to do better because I want to make it as believable and within the world of the corpus as possible. Okay? But you don't see me creating a love triangle between Frode Beck and Alid V. I mean, the only reason that they haven't had any slash fan fiction with Viso is because the dude died in 15 minutes. So there's like no time left. But I'm afraid to actually look it up because for all we know, there's probably someone out there going about, oh, I dream about Viso and Alid V getting hot and sexy together. No! Like I said, my view on the no. But that's the thing with fan fiction. And that's, I think, one of the big problems we have is they're hiring idiots who can't write, who don't care. That's the other thing. They hire people who don't care. And then, yeah, the Mary Sue. The whole concept of the Mary Sue is a self-insert. And the thing is, it doesn't work like that. Even when you create a child prodigy character, the character is flawed. Child prodigies are flawed. Okay? And they also don't know everything. They don't. They can't just ramble off facts on everything. They don't know everything. They have certain skills that they're good at and other things they're not. And that's what I tried to do when I created a child. That's why I created a child prodigy character. Not to create a Mary Sue, not a self-insert, but because the character is very different than me. No, I created a child prodigy for two reasons. Because first of all, it'd be interesting to see how a child prodigy would fit in the world of the corpus. But second, as a challenge to myself, to see if I could learn enough about child prodigies to make an accurate child prodigy character. Every one of my characters is not based on me. They might have a small part of me in them. But for example, I've always talked about Kai, who people told me not to change his name. The name Kai is actually Romulan. I'd completely forgot. You know when you have stuff subconsciously in your head? I had completely forgotten. So I was like trying to name a corpus character, and the name Kai was in my subconscious because it's a Romulan name. And for some reason, every time I think of Kai, I think of one of the Romulan characters. For some reason in my head, I always think of that one Romulan, because the Romulans are devious and they're Romulan, right? And Kai is sort of like that. So for some reason, every time I think of the Romulans, I think of Kai. And Kai's name is Romulan. It has nothing to do with all the stupid non-binary people who call themselves Kai. The Romulan name is spelled Khiy, and his name was actually not originally Kai. They don't really know what his name was because he was found wandering the Orb Valis at 3. His parents were probably low-level executives that nobody cared about, were killed maybe in a shuttle accident, and he managed to survive. Nobody knows who his parents are, and there's never going to, and I'm going to promise people, it's never going to come up that he's inherited millions and that his mommy and daddy were like board members. Okay, his parents were nobodies. All right, nobody cared. When they died, nobody went looking for them. They were so unimportant that nobody cared enough to find them. All right? Kai, the only reason he doesn't have his neck separated or any of the stuff that they do to the Solaris is just because they were too afraid to touch him. Okay? They knew he was Corpus. And so they're like, okay, we're stuck with this kid, but we are scared that the Corpus will come looking for him because he's still Corpus. So they were like, all right, we're going to keep him around, but we will not do anything permanent to him that when the Corpus find him, they'll get mad at us. The Corpus never cared. They were worrying over something that they shouldn't have worried about because Corpus didn't care. Okay, his parents were so unimportant, the Corpus didn't even care enough to go looking for their child. Okay? Kai is a liar. He is a very good liar. Okay? I suck at lying. Okay? I don't even know how to write Kai yet because this guy is able to convince half a ship that Alan V was his father. And finally they're like, Kai, you got to stop this. They actually believe you. Okay? Every one of them is different than me. And they're not self-insert because it's boring. Because the truth is, I would suck in the Corpus. Because I am a stubborn, argumentative person who, when you tell me one way, I will go the opposite. Or I will question everything. Before I do something, I want to know why I'm doing it. And I have a serious problem with stupid. All right? Which is one of the reasons why, for example, I have a serious problem with when the COOF was going on. And you're telling me to wear a mask. And I'm looking at you like, that makes absolutely no sense. And you're telling me I have to accept this and do what you want. And I'm like, but this is stupid. It's like, it doesn't matter if it's stupid or not, you have to do it. I'm like, I'm not going to do something stupid because I know it's stupid. The only reason is like my job depended on it. But it was like every time I would constantly complain about how stupid it was that you're forcing me to do something stupid. I knew from day one lockdowns was a dumb idea. I was the only one who, in the middle of March, while they were talking about it in TV, was saying lockdown is a bad idea, even before when they were just talking about the idea of it. Okay? And it turns out I was right. It was a bad idea and we're still suffering from it. Okay? I'm the type of person, one of the big problems I have going on right now is you want me to believe that males and females are identical. That is stupid. Whether it affects me or not, that is stupid. You want me to go around and believe something that I know 100% beyond a doubt, just the existence of trying to force a stupid idea on me goes against, it's like rubbing a cat's fur wrong. You want me to nod and smile at something that I know is false? Absolutely not. I'll do what you want. I will accept that there's an AGP in the bathroom, okay? Because I don't have a choice. But I will make sure you know I think it is stupid. And that I'm doing it because I don't have any other choice, but I think it's stupid. Okay? That's the type of person I am. I am so stubborn and so resistant, and so I question everything. Before I do something, I want to know why I'm doing it. And if it makes sense or not. Okay? And I will come up with ideas and alternatives and I've done so in the past where at work where I'm like, well, wouldn't we do it? And they'll be like, you know what, that's a good idea. I've even spent money of my own money to buy things to make things better at my job. And everyone's like, why are you doing that? I'm like, because what we're doing now is stupid. And so, you know what? I would rather spend $20 for this thing that's more logical. I am not making this up. Okay. Sometimes there are things that we do at my job where like corporate gives us something, right? And I'm like, that makes absolutely no sense. And I will spend money. Okay. And buy something because I know that my idea and alternative looks better and makes more sense. Okay? And they're always like, we should compensate you. I'm like, I bought it myself. So I'm like, I don't feel right asking for money for something that I chose to buy that, they give us an alternative for free, but the alternative is stupid. Okay? That's me. Okay? Anyway, where do we go from Cat's the anti-stupid person? Okay? It I don't know. I don't know. I'm tired. You've ruined all my favorite fandoms. You stupid idiots. You ruined everything. You know, I was looking forward to the Halo show. I love Halo. Halo is the first first-person shooter I ever played. Okay, I ever used to play first-person shooters. As a child, I never played them. I didn't get into first-person shooters until recently, right? And the first one I got into was Halo. And while I don't play it very often nowadays, I have a soft side for Halo. I was so hyped for this show. And then I learned what they did. I'm glad I didn't watch it. You know, they were saying one of the reasons why Sony was going to buy Bungie. Why? Was because they have a studio. So they were going to expand on the world of Destiny and make a TV show or a movie based on Destiny. I will give you money. Well, I don't have a lot, so. Anything. Do not make a show based on Destiny. For the love of God, do not make a show based on Destiny. A colleague of mine recently was like, we were talking about Bungie and Marathon, because he's like, he keeps seeing ads for Marathon, and I'm like, I hope it burns. I hope Marathon crashes and burns. And he's like, well, at least Bungie isn't Ubisoft. You know what? I would rather Bungie be Ubisoft at this point. I want them to stop. They have so destroyed the fandom, the IP I love. I would rather they stop making it. Enough. I'm tired of seeing the property I love being destroyed. And I'm not even talking the gameplay. I'm not even talking the gameplay. The gameplay is garbage. The lore of the world. Because, yeah, you know what? I like a good story, and I love the world of Destiny. Destiny is the world, if you were to tell me, and I'm playing Warframe right now, alright? I am playing Warframe right now. If you were to tell me, Kat, what video game world would you choose to live in, right? I would pick the world of Destiny. I would want to be a hunter. A guardian. And you have destroyed the world of Destiny. With your self-inserts, your fan fiction, your strong women who need no man, your emotional melodramatic garbage, your everything. You destroyed everything about that world. So how many properties? How many has it been? DC has gone down, yeah. Marvel, Halo, Destiny, Assassin's Creed, Star Wars, Star Trek, Indiana Jones. We forgot about Indiana Jones. Willow. Transformers. They have that garbage in Transformers too. I mean, everything we grew up with, they have destroyed. Every property we love, they have destroyed. So I've reached the point where, like, what little I know about Starfleet Academy is because I watched Az's videos, because I love Az's videos when he I loved what he said about it. But that's about it. I'm not watching it, and Disparu. I like Disparu as well. Okay. But you've destroyed everything. And it's like what, Jurassic Park. Yeah, Jurassic Park. I don't care. I know there's a new Gears of War game. You know, the only video game I'm looking forward to, and honestly, I'm afraid to look forward to it, High on Life 2. But honestly, that's probably it. I'm not even looking forward to the Gears game, which I haven't played the series yet, but I hear is very good. But I don't even look forward to Gears of War, because they're probably going to destroy that too. right? They're probably going to destroy that too. All of these mainstream games, they don't care.
Well done.
They want to put their agenda and their preaching and they don't care about the world itself. They don't care about staying true to the lore, respecting anything. No, they just want to preach at us. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of your diversity. I'm tired of people whining about, oh, you hate because you don't. No. Because I will use I will use my own like marginalized label to prove I don't give a damn. I don't want Muslims in Warframe. I don't want Muslims in Destiny. Honestly, at this point, please, for the love of God, stop putting Muslim characters in anything. You don't know how to do it right. It's embarrassing. Just stop. You know, you don't know anything. So stop. Stop. Oh God, yes, Doctor Who. They destroyed Doctor Who too. I want to know why I keep getting ads for the jab, by the way. I thought it was proven this thing is poison and don't take it, and yet I keep getting ads on YouTube for the jab, by the way. I get so many ads for pharmaceuticals. It's insane.
Another job well executed.
They've destroyed so much. It's like, I don't even care anymore, right? I've been watching, I've been watching a lot of lately, which is why I don't know all of the details about Starfleet Academy. Unsolved Mysteries. I found out that they reposted, okay? Unsolved Mysteries episodes are on YouTube for free, and they added updates. So, like, even if the episode is older, they'll be like, so we need your help finding this criminal, right? They will then add in, whoever did it will add in the update that might have happened years later. So you get all of the ones, like you'll get the original episode and then they'll be like, okay, update, and they'll show you an update if the update wasn't in the episode. So if later an update happened about the criminal who was being mentioned or the person who's missing, they'll mention the update. And you know what? I love Unsolved Mysteries. Okay? I've been watching the Y-Files. Okay? I've been watching old shows, old stuff, okay? Because I'm tired of watching the fandoms I grew up with and the shows I love and the video games I love being destroyed. I have not logged into Destiny 2 in weeks. I don't watch anybody who talks about Destiny 2. I don't even watch Mr. Gaming Counselor when he talks about Destiny 2 anymore. I've had enough. I'm not watching any of it. The only one I'm excited about is Warframe, because even though the company is woke as hell, they keep it out of their game more or less. The only time it really comes up is June. Okay? The only time it ever comes up is June, and that's an optional cosmetic that you can pick up. And on their Twitter in June, where they were like, hey everybody, let's celebrate this YouTuber who goes by she, they pronouns. So she's a part of the June Mafia group. So basically what you're saying, DE, is all I have to do is say my pronouns are she, they, and you'll promote me? Is that what you're saying? Because, yeah, oh my God, the struggle of changing my pronouns to she, they.
Buddhists finds it odd that humans only get a few years to live.
Oh, I've seen recommendations for that. I was going to watch that as well. I was thinking of rewatching Deep Space Nine and Voyager, and maybe actually watching all of The Next Generation. I was thinking of watching Stargate Atlantis and the original Stargate. I watched all of Eureka. I haven't watched all of Person of Interest. I want to watch Warehouse 13. Wait, what? Wait, what did they do to the X-Files? Mr. Dystopian, what did they do to the X-Files? 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 Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. No, what did they do to the X-Files? What did they do to the X-Files? You're scaring me. You're scaring me. They better not be making a remake of the X-Files. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have that on, but I'm cold, okay? Has it started snowing yet? They're saying winter storm warning.
We received
No,
intel that
no,
somebody
it
vital
hasn't
to
started
enemy
snowing yet.
operations is here. Find them and capture them.
Your calculated survival probability is encouraging.
I don't think it has. Let me see. Alright. Well, let's just hit. Wait, they're making. Give me a sec. Mr. Dystopian? What do you mean a remake? I have to use the bathroom. What do you mean a remake? Give me one sec. What do you mean a remake? Whoa, 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 whoa. What? No. Wait, wait, wait. No, 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 no. No. No, 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 no. No reboots. No, 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 no. No. Let me see. No, no, no. It says here the X-Files reboot is officially in development, spearheaded by director Ryan Coogler, Black Panther created under Disney, aiming to blend the original Monster of the Week format with an overarching mythology, potentially featuring new diverse leads while honoring the classic believer-skeptic dynamic, with Coogler prioritizing it before Black Panther 3. No, 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 no! No, 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 no.
Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them.
No! No, 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 no! No, 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 no,
Target located. Bring them in.
no. Oh, come on, no. No.
Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You are surrounded by human marines.
Wait, what? Is the stupid? Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa! They're making an animated X-Files that would be like. I'm... You know what? I hope Hollywood goes rogue. I hope. Please, Hollywood. You know what? I'm begging you. Go on strike again. Please, do it. Go on strike again. Go right ahead. And then destroy Hollywood in the process. I hate all of you. I'm done. No, no more. I'm done. I'm done. We're in a sad day when the idea of a Star Trek, of an X-Files reboot is a nightmare thought. We're in a day where the idea of a Destiny show is a nightmare. Like, for real, is there anything coming out that is actually worth looking forward to? Because I can't even think of any movie coming out in theaters that I would be excited to watch. I can't think of a single show that they are working on that I would be excited to watch. I can't think of any property that's making a show that I want to see. I can't think of anything right now. Like I said, at most, I know everyone is excited about GTA 6, but honestly, at this point, I don't trust them even with that. Okay? On top of that, who knows what the pricing is going to be like? So, I'm not even excited about that because I don't trust them with GTA 6. Okay? Yeah, I saw that trailer. That looked pretty cool.
Operator, what is
Well,
happening
no,
here?
wait, isn't... I don't know. You know what? I don't know.
Presets. You could say we forged a new connection.
I don't know. Because even with the trailers they make, they always look far more exciting. I mean, Destiny 2, one of the lessons I learned from Destiny 2. Well, every time someone comes in here, right? Every time there's a new update from Destiny 2, right? They always come in here like, did you watch the trailer? Aren't you excited? No. Because every single time before, I used to get excited about a Destiny 2 trailer, only to be disappointed. They know how to make good trailers. I don't know. I'm just... I'm running out of... I don't know. Let's see. They... Let's stop with my leveling up and let's grab. Alright. It's off. Wait, which one is that? Oh, that's that one. Just... Okay. See, I'm trying to... what am I at right now?
Well put together, operator. Now get out there and
Cut down the...
make the Lotus proud.
See, I'm 109,000 away from Sage, which is mastery rank 25. Right. Alright, sorry, I'm just... I can't... you guys broke me. Because I had heard about the burn, and it seemed kind of stupid. And now I'm realizing it's even dumber than I thought. I had heard Starfleet Academy was stupid, and now I'm beginning to realize it was even more stupid than I thought. I'm just... I don't know anymore. You know. All right, so let's get this one up to 20, up to 30, right? Okay. And then let's do some. I'll stick on another hour until 3, and then I'm gonna feed Min Min and do some other stuff. But like I said, my you know what? It's better to focus on the good stuff. To focus on the good stuff, all right? That's why one of the reasons why I don't watch as much YouTube channels that, first off, I don't watch. For example, I don't watch a lot of channels that I used to watch about stuff coming out in Hollywood and stuff like that, because honestly, it's just depressing and it's discouraging, right? You hear about, you know, you think about Starfleet Academy, and you're like, how could something this dumb actually exist, right? You watch franchise after franchise after franchise, and there's nothing we can do about it, right? Over and over and over again. And you wonder, how can they be this dumb? Why are you doing this? You're going to lose money. How do you not see what you're doing, right? So like over and over and over and over again, you see things being done really, really dumb. And it's really depressing because, you know, I remember getting hyped for new Star Trek. I remember getting hyped for new stuff, right? Now it's like, I don't even trust them to make a show based on Destiny. I don't trust them to make the X-Files reboot. Absolutely not. Nobody is going to play a character in X-Files like Mulder. David Duchovny was Mulder. Okay? Right? They are incapable of doing it. And so, I'm tired of listening to it all. It's like when I finally hear something good, I'm like, okay, that when people tell me about something that it has come out that is good, so like Where Winds Meet, I hear is very, very good. All right, I think I actually have it on my console. Okay, downloaded. Okay. When a game is good, then and people tell me about it or I hear about it, you know, Claire Obscure Expedition 33. The only reason I'm not playing it is because I lent my copy to my brother. And I started playing it. We like I said, me and my brothers spent a week. They stayed with us. They came visiting on a weekend, and my parents went off to. They needed to go on a conference for them. So it was me and my brothers, and we were hanging out all day Saturday playing videos on PlayStation 5, right? And we are all tired of the message. And the thing is, the message is backfiring because the more you push the message, the more people hate it. Okay? The more you push the message, the more you're making people hate it. This is why, for the love of God, I don't want any Muslims in anything. Okay? I wish all the Muslims would just shut up. Okay? And just stop. Because the more you push the message, the more people hate you. Okay? They're tired of it. It's like you drove me from being okay to absolutely hating on a lot of this stuff. Okay? The more you push the message, the more you make people hate you. Okay? Especially this whole diversity thing. Like I said, you know, the people who are like, if they don't see that, they think, they expect to see themselves in everything. And if they don't, then your project is sexist and racist and whatever. Oh, there are no Muslims in Warframe. Oh my God, they hate me. They hate me. They hate me. No. I'm tired of your message, which is a toxic, terrible message. Okay? It's a terrible message that you're pushing. Okay? But you're I don't like to tell stories in the world of Corpus and Warframe because I want to tell a message, okay? I used to like writing stories about the Corpus because I like the world of the Corpus. And I want to examine and write about things that, you know, about the world of the Corpus. Like, I initially came up with the idea of a child prodigy because because I love Corpus ships. And you know what initially brought me the idea of my Corpus character? One of the Corpus characters was the thought of the utter ridiculousness of, you look at a Corpus ship, right? And I thought it would be hilarious. And just how I wanted to challenge, because when I write about stuff, I try to challenge myself. So in my head, I thought of the idea of a child walking through the corridors of a Corpus ship. Because that would be so crazy and so far-fetched. I'm like, how the hell could I get a child fitting within the lore of Warframe walking through a Corpus ship? Okay? Tiny child walking through this massive ship, right? And people are in such a state of shock that every single one, they do a double take, and then by the time they realize what they're seeing, the kid has run off, right? where, like, he would go into an elevator, and so I came up with the idea of a colony and how the colony was under attack by the Grenier, and so the corporate, but it wasn't because I wanted to share a message. No, I don't. Why? It's boring. When you create a character that is like me to appeal to me, it's boring. I want something new and different and interesting. Honestly, I would find a Jewish character more interesting because I'm not Jewish, so it'd be cool to find out what it's like to read about a Jewish character who's very different than me, or a Christian character, or even better, like I said, the Corpus from Warframe, the Grenier from Warframe, or all the numerous other worlds that you could create that are so different than reality. I said, I like something new. I don't want to see myself. I already live this life. I've even been to school in Jersey City. So like, I'm probably closer to Kamala Khan than most people who talk about her. I spent a year in school in Jersey City. I've been to mosques in Jersey City. My brother briefly lived in Jersey City. Okay? I know it's been a while, but your character is meant to appeal to me, and I don't care, because why? It's boring. On the other hand, I loved the X-Files. I don't need me in my show. It's boring. And the only reason they want this in their shows, the only reason they want to see them in these shows, is because they have no sense of self-worth. Everything about their personality and what gives them any value is seeing themselves on screen and having other people affirm them. I'm not a Republican, for example, because it isn't easy being a Muslim MAGA Republican. I didn't choose to vote for Trump to get high fives and kudos from other people, or to be a victim from other people. Oh my God, I'm a Muslim Republican who voted for Trump. I'm such a victim. No, I chose what I chose because of what, but they're incapable of having any self-worth unless they see themselves on screen. When I was growing up, there were no Muslims on screen. And you know what? My father taught us to have a sense of self-worth and pride in ourselves without seeing ourselves on screen. My favorite character when I was growing up was H.M. Murdoch from the A-Team. I wanted to be H.M. Murdoch. I wanted to join the Air Force. I wanted to be Murdoch. I don't want to be Kamala Khan. I mean, I said, my favorite character in Warframe is Viso. I'm not an asexual white corpus male, but I can relate to Viso. I can relate to a lot of people who are very, very different than me. You don't have to be exactly identical to understand and relate to characters. Which again shows just how unimaginative you are. When I was a kid, I wanted to be H.M. Murdoch. I'm not a straight white man, but I wanted to be H.M. Murdoch. I absolutely, still to this day, Murdoch is one of my favorite characters ever. My favorite character in Batman was Jim Gordon. I loved Jim Gordon because Jim Gordon had to deal with police procedures and all of that while also working with Batman. So think about how much more different the challenges Jim Gordon had to face as the commissioner of police while also working with Batman. I also love, there was this one scene, and I probably have mentioned it before, but I absolutely love this scene. There's a scene in the Cataclysm story from Batman. So what happens is an earthquake hits Gotham City, which is one of the reasons why I would love to be on Saturday Night Tights, all right? I want to be on Saturday Night Tights just to talk to Nerd Roddick about comic books. Because some of the comic books I absolutely love are ones that are probably not as well known, like the Cataclysm storyline. I don't hear anybody talking about Cataclysm, but I love the Cataclysm. So the Cataclysm was a massive earthquake hits Gotham City, okay? And at some point, they decide that they do not want to repair Gotham City. They decide that Gotham City isn't worth it, so they declare Gotham City as no man's land. Okay, it is no longer a part of America. You cannot cross into Gotham, and you cannot come out of Gotham. They told people you had to leave by a certain time, and then they were going to blow up the bridges, okay, and seal off Gotham from the rest of the world, from the rest of the United States. Alfred Pennyworth actually stays behind in Gotham, and Bruce Wayne disappears for a while. Okay, so there's no Batman. Now, Alfred is going around mapping the different gangs that have taken over Gotham City. So he creates a map. He also does Batman's tag and all that. Okay, anyway, at one point, Batman does finally return to Gotham. And Jim Gordon feels betrayed by him because he abandoned Gotham. Okay, Jim Gordon remained behind, but Batman appeared to have left. Okay. And so, in order to regain Jim Gordon's trust, Batman removes his mask. Okay? He's going to tell him who he is. Now, Jim Gordon has his back to Batman. Okay? And he can tell he's taken his mask off, right? And he tells him to put it back on again. And then he says something that always stuck with me because I always suspected he knew. He says to Batman, "How do you know I haven't figured it out already?" In my opinion, Jim Gordon always knew who Batman was. Because, Jim Gordon isn't stupid. But he never said anything. But that moment was phenomenal because it's like, Batman is trying to regain Jim Gordon's trust and he's willing to reveal who he is to Jim Gordon. And Jim Gordon says, put it back on. And then he's like, "How do you know I haven't figured it out already?" Or something along those lines. And it was a phenomenal moment. And I love Jim Gordon as a character. So I don't like them race swapping Jim Gordon. I don't care how good the Batman was. Okay, I watched most of it. I watched about half of it. I need to finish watching it because I like Jim Gordon. And Jim Gordon to me is a great, I know people said the Batman is good, but in my head, there's a Jim Gordon. And trying to tell, that's one of the reasons why I have a lot of, there are multiple reasons why I don't like race swapping characters or gender swapping characters, okay? I understand it's cheap, it's lazy, all of that. But the thing is, in some places, when you race swap a character, you're removing the connection you have to the character. You want to appeal to the audience, okay? Everybody knows what the worst one to me was Captain Keyes in Halo, okay? Captain Keyes is an obscure character in Halo. Not obscure, but he has a very small role in Halo, right? He's gone by the first game, right? I love Captain Keyes, okay? Captain Keyes is also one of my favorite characters in Halo, okay? And when you try to tell me, so we humans are very visual. We see people. We're not like cats, okay? We connect to people. Like when I see Captain Keyes, the Captain Keyes I know, I'm going to associate the character I see on the screen with all my feelings for the character from playing the video game. When you change him, it's no longer connecting you to the original character. Your audience is the people who've played the video game Halo, right? You want them you want to appeal to them. And then you change what makes them recognize those characters. So I liked what I saw of Jim Gordon in Gotham because it feels like Jim Gordon. Even though he doesn't look exactly the same, you can see him growing up into the character you see in the comics. Okay, then I gotta rewatch it. All right, I gotta look into it again. Because I remember Alfred was a badass and Jim Gordon was great in what I did see of it. But I said Jim Gordon to me, I said Jim Gordon was one of my favorite characters in Batman. And I am nothing like Jim Gordon, but I love the character of Jim Gordon and how he has to juggle between the law and being the police commissioner and working with Batman and the challenges that come with both. And, he can't just do whatever the hell he wants. And when you watch more real crime stuff, you realize even more how hard Jim Gordon's job was. And how it balancing between working with Batman and being the police commissioner, and you respect him more as a character. I do like Alfred as a character. The guy is, I mean, I was arguing about Alfred. The guy is phenomenal. You know, I love Batman, but I also love the characters around Batman. Because initially, when they first created them, right, they were all great, unique characters. I liked Tim Drake a lot, because I read Batman mostly with Tim Drake. So I really liked Tim Drake, because the idea, every one of the other ones had no family at the time. So the challenges Tim Drake had, dealing with, I mean, he was the wealthy neighbor. I don't remember all of it, but I just remember really liking Tim Drake. And you don't do any respect to the show or the characters when you simplify them and you change them to your self-inserts. Jim Gordon and I are not alike, and I don't want you to change Jim Gordon to fit what you want. And no, he's not black. Because you on the other hand, it's interesting, the Halo show, I'm tired. That's why it's like I said, I've been watching a lot of the X-Files, YouTube videos about Warframe on you know, build and stuff. That was on Friday. Because look, you know, I want build guides for Warframe. I don't want to. I'm tired of it all. It's like, oh my God, they did it again. Are you surprised? No, I'm not. I just watched Az's video and Disper's video about Starfleet Academy, and it just confirmed everything that you knew was going to happen. I just didn't realize just how dumb it was, because I did not think anybody could possibly be this dumb. I truly did not think the burn has impressed me with its level of stupid. That has, I did not think that level of stupid is possible. Like, I work my butt off all week, and then I want to have a nice, you know, an escape, and you won't let me escape. I have to share. I work with an AGP. You won't let me escape that. Okay? You won't let me escape any of this stupidity. It's a good thing I have a lot of shows, and apparently I hear Nintendo's about to go down the dump as well, because they hired some wokey. Wonderful Nintendo. I'm not selling my Nintendo stock. It's a long-term investment. Honestly, I wish I could buy Ubisoft stock. All I have to say is a special thank you to Unifade Walker, because thanks to her promoting the scars and all of that, Saudi Arabia now owns EA. So Unifade Walker, wonderful job, honey. You're the reason why. You're one of the big contributors to why Saudi Arabia owns EA. I don't want. It doesn't matter what you. Like, I remember, what is it? A Battlestar Galactica, right? They actually banned abortions. And it was phenomenally done, because apparently a woman wanted one, and they're like, humanity's on the verge of extinction. And it was exciting and interesting to see. It was done well, and it went in an angle that most people would be like, well, given the politics. And it fit the world that it was taking place in. The whole debate fit the world it was in. Where they're like, yeah, humanity's on the verge of extinct. You're not allowed to end a child. And it wasn't like they were promoting a message pro or against. They were just saying in that world, sometimes some of the things that happen in the world that you're creating, I mean, it's just you have to change. Like say, when you're writing about Warframe, for example, you're writing about the world of Warframe. Period. Whether the good and the bad. I'm not denying that the Corpus aren't exactly the nicest people. But you don't soften them because it'll hurt people's fifis. I mean, everyone likes Viso, right? I like Viso a lot. But Viso isn't a sweet puppy dog that some people make him come across as. Viso is Corpus. Do you not think Viso has probably ended other Corpus? He's definitely ended Grenier. Okay? Viso isn't a nice guy. Okay? I mean, when you really think about it, right? Viso isn't your good guy. He's not a nice person. He's a Corpus. I'm not going to deny it. The Corpus have a cruel streak to them. Every one of the characters I've created, they're Corpus. Right? But I love that because you see people who love Viso as a character, right? And then you're like, well, do you really know what Viso is actually kind of like? He's Corpus. And it's not like what he did was as a betrayal to the Corpus. No. Viso didn't betray the Corpus. He believed what he did was out of loyalty to the Corpus. He's not doing it because he's going against the Corpus. Alad V was betraying the Corpus. So that's the best part. When I think about Viso, I always think of that, you know, people don't understand that he's not a nice guy. But on top of that, sometimes for example, the whole idea of abortion in Battlestar Galactica, it wasn't even a political preaching of the real world. It was a story that fit that world and made sense for the way it went and and the circumstances they were in. So it actually doesn't take you out of it. It's different if it was like, but then they make things like they talk about building walls in Starfleet Academy apparently, and I mean, I agree with you on that though. Civil discussion has gone the way of the dodo bird, absolutely. But the thing is, people keep seeing things in black and white. They don't see that there's a nuance to it. Oh my God, Trump said this, that automatically makes it bad. I mean, what people I do not understand what people are doing. And the thing is, one of the things I've noticed is at one point, I keep getting things on X at one point, and it's fixed itself because I've started liking. But for a long time, I would get posts on X. I also tend to follow my following and less of the for you. Okay. You're not an woman on TikTok self-diagnoses herself as an amputee. So, but the thing I have learned, you know how they say, okay, you know how they say seeing the opposite perspective will make you understand them more? Well, for a while I was seeing a lot of the opposite perspective on X, and I got tired of it because it didn't make me sympathize or understand them more, or maybe be like, maybe they have a point. No, all it did was confirm with me that that they're batshit crazy and they're insane. Where even when, you know, when you're actually listening to them talk, right? You're like, okay, you know, no, they're crazy. They're absolutely crazy. And there's no better. In fact, the more I see posts from the left, the far left, right? The more I realize just how right I am to be where I am. Okay? Like, I just saw, I opened X because, and I just saw this woman, Defied L's posting, woman on TikTok self-diagnoses herself as an amputee. Even though she has both arms, but she's letting one just hang there because she wants to. I mean, you're siding. Look, I'm Muslim, obviously, and I don't agree what Iran does to the people. Well, first of all, here's a little bit of information because a lot of people didn't even realize this. Iran isn't an Arab country. Okay, Iranians are not Arabs. Okay, let's just say that. I'm a Muslim. Okay, I'm very happy being Muslim. I have no plans on switching from that, though there are people who are trying to convince. Look, if I had to choose a religion other than Islam, it would be Judaism. Okay. I'm obviously Muslim. Okay. I don't agree with what Iran does, and I feel for the people and what's happening to the people in Iran. Now, I know that the people protesting are being paid apparently by the United States government, but I don't agree with what's happening in Iran. I don't think women should be forced to wear the hijab. Technically, Islamically, you're not supposed to force them to wear it because it takes away free choice. Because the whole point of life is a test, and you need to decide what is right and wrong. Okay? Taking away the choice on wearing the hijab or not does not means you really don't get the benefit, the good points in the afterlife because you didn't have a choice in the matter. Choosing to do what is right or choosing to follow your religion is different than having it being forced on you. Do I think maybe there should be at least some degree of modesty in dress? Maybe I don't want to walk around and see men butt naked and women with their tits out. Okay. But I don't think the hijab should be forced. And I actually looked it up online because everyone was yelling at me about all these countries that force the hijab. And apparently there are 59 countries with a majority of Muslims. And I looked it up because I honestly, I've stopped these arguments, right? I've stopped getting into these arguments because it's not worth it anymore. Because people just, but I looked it up, right? Okay, and okay, and while there are 59 countries with a majority Muslim population, the countries that I agree. These are the countries that force the hijab on women, okay? Iran, women are legally required to wear a hijab and loose-fitting clothing. Afghanistan, women are required to wear a burqa. The Aceh province of Indonesia, so not even all of Indonesia, just one province, requires women to wear the hijab. Sudan requires women to dress modestly, not the hijab. So technically that doesn't count. This one is interesting. Saudi Arabia has no explicit law requiring women to wear the hijab. They are encouraged to dress modestly, but not wear the hijab. And some regions of Pakistan. So even if we were to count these as each individual countries, that is 6 out of 59. I fully support freedom of religion, okay? Now, I might be like, okay, so so if over 90% of the population says they do not believe in, I don't believe in cruelty and forcing people to do it, okay? 100%. So I don't understand how people who don't wear hijab are on this, because I don't think Iran is a good thing, okay? And I'm Muslim. No, I don't think Iran is a good thing at all. But Iran is not an example of Muslim country either. Egypt, I've been to Egypt multiple times. No, I fully support freedom. The thing is, I fully support freedom of religion, and I support people not forcing their religion on other people. I have never forced my religion on anybody. I've been in the room with people drinking alcohol, and I didn't complain about it. I have no problem with it. I've been in the room with people eating pepperoni on pizza. I never even said anything. I have no problem with it. Okay? I have no problem. I have never forced my way of thinking on people, and I don't expect them to do the same, which is why the T is a huge problem for me. Okay? I have repeatedly said this because people are like, how do you not have a problem with the LGB? It's simple. Other than a few exceptions, where the majority of the LGB, if I told them about my experiences where an L forced herself on me, the majority of the LGB would say that is not the majority of us and we don't approve. If you were to bring a gay person on and I were to tell them about my experiences with how someone of the L was flirting with me, and I didn't even realize it for a long time, and then it was like, it got awkward, and it was like, I'm not an L, and you know I'm not L. I'm not a lesbian. Okay? Or someone flat out coming to me, I'm not making this up. A lesbian woman came up to me and said, "You're a lesbian." Called me a lesbian. I'm like, "No, I'm not." And she insisted. I'm like, "No, I'm not. Who are you to..." First of all, you went up to a Muslim woman in hijab and called her a lesbian. Okay? But second of all, when I tell you I'm not, I genuinely, I find it creepy. You enjoy it, go right ahead. I'm not saying you are creepy. I personally would not be able to handle being in a relationship with a woman. Okay? But you do you. But I know for a fact that if I told other people who are LGB about my experiences, they'd be like, "No, we don't agree with that. That is wrong. That is bad. They shouldn't be forcing." But the majority of my experiences with the LGB has never been forced on me. Just as I have not forced my religion on you. Okay? It's the T that often forces themselves on me. I also do have a problem with the fact that if I criticize something, that I'm automatically a bad person. I don't like the relationship between Osiris and Saint 14. Period. It breaks canon. It goes against the characters, and you could and you. I had one person who I was originally, so a couple years back, I was on a short term. Okay, yeah, it was a genuine, because I sometimes come across as like slightly. I'm a tomboy, but I'm not interested in women. And it was very awkward. And it was just like, what are you talking about? But I know for a fact that if I were to bring the Panic Button, who are two lesbians, if I were to bring Ariella Scarcella, if I were to bring on the Brad Palumbo or any of the other people who are gay, and I told them what happened to me, do you know what they'd say? "We don't agree with that. That's wrong." Okay? And it's very, very rare when something like that happens. Okay? But I also, like you said, I have a couple years back, and I didn't promote it or anything, but somebody had me on a live stream a couple times talking about Destiny. And before you know how you have pre-stream conversations? So I was talking, and I didn't know the person I was talking to. And it was me and the main host, and we were talking, and I'm like, I don't want to stick around, all right? I'm really fed up with Destiny, too. I'm angry. I don't want to talk about it. So the person starts asking me. So I'm like, yeah, I don't like the relationship between Osiris and Saint 14. And this person was like, it was calling me homophobic and all this stuff. And then when I left, he starts posting lies about me. And I'm like, what the hell, dude? It was a pre-stream conversation. It wasn't even recorded. And you're making stuff up, but I can't even prove it. And what's your problem? I had someone attacking me called Tower Mom, who's apparently non-binary, but is Tower Mom. I blocked them. I wasn't going to waste my time. I didn't even discuss the conversation because I was like, it was a private conversation. And this guy starts telling, I was like, look, I don't care, okay? You have a a well-done gay relationship. Go right ahead. It's not, I don't care if it's done well. One of my friends, Kenna Bridge of Spirits. Great game. Lesbian couple. No problem. But you take Osiris and Saint 14 and you break canon because some dude in his fan fiction, and then you attack me for it, then I have a problem. Okay? You're open to criticism. Yeah. Dude was calling me all different things and making things up about how I said I hate gays and whatever because I didn't like Osiris and Saint 14. And so I go to the host. I'm like, what is this guy doing? It was a pre-stream conversation, first of all. Okay? So it wasn't even there. And it wasn't recorded. And he's like, I'll talk to him. And all his little buddies, and they're like, they said, Tower Mom, at one point, Tower Mom's like, you're afraid to be blacklisted by us. Yeah, I'm really scared of you, honey. I'm really I've seen your podcast, and you have 2 views on every podcast, okay? I'm not saying I'm like big, massive YouTuber, but, yeah, I get more than 2 views on my Destiny 1 videos, okay? So she's like, you're afraid to be blacklisted by us. I'm like, you know what? Let me preempt you on that. I'm going to block you because I'm not going to waste my time. Because I dared to criticize the Osiris and Saint 14 relationship. I don't even like romance in Destiny at all. But you not only made retcon 2 characters who were never gay, and you made it the center for ages. I mean, I'm not a big fan of romance, but at least, you know what? Don't make it the majority of the story. Destiny 1 is not. That's why I'm telling you, I've said this over and over and over again. And it's become a popular topic lately. The feminization of a lot of things. I'm not saying women can't write Destiny. I'm not saying women can't write first-person shooters. But the majority of women can't. There are some exceptions to the rule. Your writing team at Bungie should be 90% men, not 90% women. Because women can't write male, most women, not all. I'm not denying it. There's some women who write good stuff meant for men. Okay? But if your writing team at Bungie is primarily females, you have feminized Destiny. And it shows when your main writer for Edge of Fate is someone who specializes in tragic love stories. And the funny thing is, even the people who complimented Edge of Fate, who loved Edge of Fate, let me be clear, people who loved Edge of Fate hated Maya Sundaresh, the lesbian who is torturing and killing her girlfriends. And so that's the funniest thing, because I have no idea who Maya Sundaresh is, all right? I didn't play the season where they talked about Maya Sundaresh. I didn't even know she was a lesbian, all right? So apparently Maya Sundaresh, in one of the seasons I missed, is going to alternate timelines trying to find a more obedient version of her girlfriend. So she basically, they call her a wife beater, okay? Everybody, I'm not kidding, every single person, because that's the tragic love story for Edge of Fate. Every single person, I'm telling you, every single person who complimented Edge of Fate, people who loved Edge of Fate, hate Maya Sundaresh. She's the replacement for Osiris and Saint 14. At least they're new characters. I have no problem with them but turning it into the center focus in a first-person shooter, the tragic love story, every single person said Edge of Fate would be better without Maya Sundaresh. They said that Ash and Iron or whatever the hell it was called would be better without Maya Sundaresh. So I wouldn't have a problem with a lesbian relationship in Destiny 2 if it's on the side and it's not the main focus. And if it made sense, because apparently she has lesbian power and can kill gods that we can't kill. That's the thing. Or when it's like you want, honestly, I hate bringing him up. The reason I hate bringing him up is because I'm afraid they will destroy him. Because once they remember he exists, they're going to completely destroy him. Devram K in Destiny 2 is gay. And he's a great character because he has personality other than the fact that he's gay. Because these people have no personality other than the rainbow aspect of their life. They have no other personality. If you were to ask me to describe myself, the first thing I would tell you if you were to ask me to describe myself is not that I'm Muslim. It's the fact that I like video games and I love cats. I would be like, okay, so cat, describe yourself, all right? Tell me about yourself. I'd be like, I love video games. I have a cat. I love cats. I want a kitten. I work in retail. I work inventory retail, okay? I work in the warehouse inventory retail, okay? I love sushi. Love Japanese food, okay? I used to love Taco Bell. I'm going to tell you, they definitely changed it over the years. I used to love Taco Bell. I love Mexican food, like Tex-Mex kind of stuff, not real authentic Mexican food. My family's from Egypt, and I've spent a lot of time in Egypt, and I love spending time on the Mediterranean in Egypt. I have Xbox, PlayStation, and I'm getting more into PC gaming. At the bottom of the list would be the fact that I am Muslim. Okay? At the way bottom of the list. Because if I'm going to meet someone and interact with them, I want to be someone who's into gaming, who, I used to love Star Trek. I used to love the X-Files. I still love the A-Team because they haven't messed with that. I swear to God, if they reboot the A-Team, there will be hell to pay. Let's just see. Let me just Google, see if they... Oh, dear God. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay. No. A potential A-Team reboot is in early development with reports suggesting a new, possibly Netflix-driven project aiming to revive the franchise. Following a failed 2015 TV remake attempt, this version may feature a gender-diverse team, a contemporary setting, and potential superstar casting like Sylvester Stallone or Denzel Washington. Current status: while 2015, 2022, and 2025 have seen various reports of reboots, an official confirmed release date has not been set, and the 2010 version has recently seen a surge in popularity on Netflix. No. 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 No, 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 no. No. Oh, dear God, no. Absolutely not. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. I hate these people. I hate these people. I hate them. No. Let's see. I I uh I'm I'm looking right now. In September 2015, Fox announced the development of a reboot A-Team series with Chris Morgan as executive producer, with Cannell's daughter Tanya McKiernan and Albert Kim writing. The team had male and female characters, but the project did not make it to the screen. It better not! Okay. I'm done. These people are evil. I'm um um I'm 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 all right. I is just stop. I think what they need to do is stop for the next 5 years. You know what? Let's be optimistic. 5 years. That's it. Okay? All right, that's it. Min Min? Min Min? Min Min? Where's Min Min? Where's Mimi? Where's Mimi? Where's Mimi? Yeah? Come on. What you doing, baby? What you doing, Min Min? All right, that's it. I'm heading out. I'm going to go feed the cat and play with the cat and give her some attention because the cat wants some attention. I have not been paying attention to the little kitty cat and she wants some love. I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. Alex, I completely agree with you. The A-Team, Airwolf, and Knight Rider. You do not mess with them. You don't mess with them. You can't do them anymore. You do not understand them. You people are too dumb to understand the A-Team. Okay? They can't even handle Star Trek. I'm blown away by the level of stupid. Okay? And how I don't know. I'm gonna go hang out with the cat for a bit. I'm tired. I'm broken. My brain hurts from the stupid. I'll probably be, since I'm home alone all weekend, I'll probably be back tomorrow. But I want to go and play around with my 3D printer and the cat. I'm just